Every time. It's so much louder than any of my other games. Specifically that part. Ow, my ears. If you asked me, all the people in my class were ignorant children. Is this Takaru? When I was in 4th grade, only about 1 in 6 kids had a smartphone. A bunch of them would use their phones during breaks to pull up secret web pages made by the kids at school or dumb joke sites. They passed them around the class to become the center of attention, and each would be the leader of their own little group. One day, one of these leaders was upset because he couldn't visit a site he'd been able to access the day before. Some of the kids in his group suggested that it was broken, or maybe the address had changed. I told him, it's internet filtering. Your parents contacted the cell phone company to limit your online access. The leader looked stunned for a moment, but then he yelled at me not to make stuff up. The rest of the group joined in. I knew I was right. I wasn't making anything up. I didn't understand why they were all yelling. Later, I realized that I was the class misfit, and he was the boss of his little group. He didn't like that I'd shown him up. I only went to school once in a while, but when I did, something like that always happened. I was sick of it. I wanted to show the rest of the class I was better than they were. I wanted to shock all those wrong-siders. When I snuck inside, I found a place filled with true darkness, unlike any I had ever experienced. I could hear her gasp behind me.
大丈夫。
Sarika didn't answer. She just clung to me, as if seeking escape from the darkness around us.
帰るか?
Sarika quickly shook her head.
大丈夫。まだアミーちゃんの手がかりを見つけてないもん。それに
What are they? So he wants to show up the kids in class. Is this like, was this like a dare or? I mean, I guess I'll find out. Something about Amy. Does that sound familiar? I thought for a second I nodded. Wasn't that something in the other one with the hospital? There was like a supposed nurse called Amy that didn't exist, that one guy was talking about. I think I remember that. I thought for a second and nodded. For her, that was probably the real reason.
よし、行こう。
Sarika nodded back, but even in the darkness, I could see that her lips were quivering. She was scared.
ラッキーなのかもな。
What I wanted in this situation wasn't a brave comrade who would go boldly forward with me, but a friend who would shiver pathetically behind my back. No matter what happened, I had to protect Sarika. Having her there made me feel better like that. I brought my focus back to what was going on around me and started to walk softly forward. That's an upsetting thing to see. Was that Remy? Is that like when she was being tortured and shit? I mean, the hair was pretty pink. I woke up from the usual dream. For once, I hadn't been sweating in my sleep. In fact, I felt better than usual. That was a really upsetting thing to see. I did not like it. I booted up the PC, checked my email, and then loaded all the major newspaper and news sites up at once. It was how I usually started my morning. Felt extremely alert. I could probably finish my usual routine in less than an hour.
よし、そうだ。ガキだった自分じゃないんだ。
I won't give up halfway like I did before. This time, the mystery I needed to solve was right in front of me. I do not like these stickers.
このシールを見たことはありますか？
Do not like them at all.
該当。使われなくなった電話ボックスの影。
I don't like this voice. I don't like this voice at all.
ポストの裏。道路地図の柱。街のいろいろな場所に貼られています。
It's really upsetting to hear. I don't like it. That's my
太
need.
った
Close up.
男の顔が2つ合わさっているような、この不気味なシールの名前は、力士シール。このシールが世の中で騒がれ出したのは2007年頃でした。一時期はテレビ番組で取り上げられるなどして話題になったシールです。
There's like a bunch of different styles. That's neat.
2009年の渋谷地震以後、めっきり姿を見かけなくなっていましたが、
I mean, it would be neat if they weren't creepy as all hell.
最近、渋谷の街でまたこのシールを見かけるようになりました。先日は、こんなものも。一見、無作為に貼られているシールですが、実は、ある共通点があるのです。これと、これと、これ。これら3つのシールは、近頃渋谷を賑わせている事件の現場近くで撮影したものです。これは、通称、こっちみんな、の事件現場の、向かいのカラオケボックスに貼られていたもの。これは、通称、音漏れタン、の事件現場の、近くの街灯に貼られていたもの。これは、通称、回転デッド、の事件現場の、向かいのラブホテルに貼られていたものです。
Yo, did someone get the scoop early again? They beat us to the punch?
そう、いずれも、一連の連続猟奇事件の現場に貼られていたのです。単なる偶然と思われた方もいらっしゃると思いますが、こっちみんな、と、回転デッド。この2つの事件は、それぞれマンションの5階と、ラブホテルの3階で起きています。そして、これらの2つのシールは、まるで事件現場を覗くように、それぞれ隣の建物の5階と3階に貼ってありました。音漏れタンのシールも同様です。現場を見渡せる街灯に貼ってありました。果たして、これは偶然でしょうか？このシールの作者は誰なのか？一体何の目的で貼られているのか？そして、一連の事件と何か関係しているのか？引き続き、調査を進めていきたいと思います。最後に、こっちみんな、9月7日。音漏れタン、9月19日。回転デッド、9月29日。これら3つの事件の日付が、6年前に渋谷で起こった、ニュージェネレーションの狂気、という連続猟奇事件の日付と一致していることに、皆さんお気づきでしょうか？もしも力士シールが、今現在渋谷で起こっている事件と関係しているのなら、同じように6年前の事件とも関係しているのかもしれません。
再生数5。これってまだ俺たちしか見てないってことだよな。まあまだアップしてから24時間も経ってないけ
Oh,
ど
it
さ。
was their video. Okay. I thought somebody got their thing again. Someone beat them to it, but no, that's theirs. I mean, I'm not crazy about the voice, guys. It's very upsetting to listen to.
おい、 同じ渋谷タグで素人が適当に特集した連続不審火の動画は100超えてるぞ。つっかオカルト板の噂まとめ動画なんて3000超えてんじゃん。渋谷で生活していると渋谷自身で死んだ者の霊が取り付き不思議な力が手に入る。こんなので 3000？
Don't question view numbers. It doesn't always make sense. It's chaos sometimes.
おい聞いてんのか。
I don't feel well. Tried my hardest to avoid looking at it directly, but screwed up.
そんな気持ち悪いかこのシール。
They're not cool, dude. I'm not a
気
fan.
持ち悪いだろ。
そりゃ気持ちのいいデザインじゃないけどな。
お前は日頃からグロ画像とか見慣れてるからだろ。
You maniac.
いやそれとは関係ないだろ
I raised my head off the desk. Ito's Pocketcom was displaying the news video we'd made and uploaded to Nico Nia last night, the one about the sumo stickers. The thumbnail was a close-up of that sticker. Oh, I don't want to see it get all scary and creepy. Oh, really? We're doing this again? I don't want to see it again. It was upsetting the first time. Oh, God. And it was equally upsetting the second time. Damn it, calm down. It was just a hallucination. You imagined it. You looked again and it wasn't there.
ただいまーってどうしたのタク。
いや
I almost jumped out of my chair when the door opened. I turned around and saw Sarika frowning. Hmm.
なんでもない。なんだそれ。
Let's go with the positive vibes for now.
ご飯だよ。買ってこいって言ったのタクじゃん。
She was right. I'd spent all of lunchtime going around the school taking video of the preparations for the fair, so I could have this time to use as I pleased. I missed lunch. What a pain.
はい、しんちゃんはハムサンドとコーヒー牛乳。
Please stop talking about food. I haven't eaten.
あ。サンキュー。
I didn't eat lunch today, please.
タクはカロリーブロックとマウンテンビュー。よく
Stop.
飽きないね。
Stop tormenting me. Stop hassling me about it.
栄養バランスを考えたらこれが一番効率がいいんだ。
焼きそばと酒おにぎりとクリームパンとチョココロネとアンパンとグレープフルーツが私。
相変わらず燃費悪いな。女子だろ。
女子だよ。
Don't make that "why are you asking" face at me. Sarika grabbed the cream bread off the massive pile of food in front of her. What is cream bread? That sounds delicious.
お腹すいた。いただきます。
She chomped down on bread. She focused only on devouring her meal and ignored what everyone else around her might be thinking. Was she really a girl? I always worried a little watching her. She should think a little more about how she looked to others. She chomped down so hard that the cream inside the bread flew out and stuck to the edge of her lip. Oh God, no.
口にクリームついちゃった。
It begins. Ito's demeanor suddenly changed.
ベトベト。
Instead of wiping it away, she kept eating her bread. Every bite she took, her lips got dirtier and dirtier.
でも美味しい。
Strangely, I found myself unable to look away. Why was I staring at her mouth like this? Come to think of it, I had never really stared at someone's mouth while they were eating, especially a girl's. Her plump lips, the way her pink tongue darted around her mouth as she licked away the white cream, it seemed strangely arousing. Getting right into it, huh?
ねえ、タクもしんちゃんも私のことじーっと見てるけど、どうかした？
あ、いや、
別に。
Both Ito and I looked away. Why did I feel a little excited?
ふん？
そんなことよりお前、その口さっさと吹けよ。
お？じゃあ、タク、舐めて。
は？
Serica grinned a little and then walked right in front of me and brought her head close. Oops, I pressed the button. That's not the button I meant to press.
私の口にぺったりついたこの白いクリーム、タクの舌で舐めてきれいにしてほしいな。甘くて美味しいよ。だから、ね、お願い。
やめろよ。
キスするわけじゃないんだし、これぐらいいいじゃん。
Her soft lips were right in front of me. They smelled like cream. She said it wasn't a kiss, but wouldn't licking it away be naughtier than a kiss? Yeah,
じゃあ
something like
俺が
that.
代わりに。おい、お前がいいって言ってるんだから止めるなよ。
The music changes. You bastard! I imagined him licking Serica's lips. Felt really annoyed. I even felt like I was going to throw up.
やめろ。
I offered her a tissue.
早く吹けって。
Let's use a napkin, you lunatic.
タク、
なんだよ、ノリ悪いな。
Shut up. What's going on here? It was like one of those sex circles you sometimes read about in Cool Cat Press. What the hell is Cool Cat Press? Jesus Christ. What is this magazine? Out of control. This wasn't the Hekiho Academy Newspaper Club.
タク、ごめん。そんなに嫌だった？それなら。
Serica scraped the cream off her lips with her finger.
私が
Oh my god,
舐
it's
め
still
させてあげる。
It's still coming. She jammed her finger into my mouth. It was so sudden that it scared me a little, but I licked the cream off her finger without thinking. Taste of sweet cream spread throughout my mouth.
おいしい？
Oh my lord. She pulled her finger out of my mouth. And then she stared at it. And she glanced at it and me and grinned. I know how to read, I
タ
swear.
クの
I
よ
can
だ
read.
れでべちょべちょ。
God. Was that the longest one? I think that was the longest one ever. Where did I get that from? Serica wasn't that sexy to begin with. Well, that was more perverted than sexy. Were men just really vulnerable to girls like that? Was I? Apparently, yes. But as for Serica, she's just snacking. I watched her happily chow down on her cream bread. I decided the chance of her ever turning into a brain-dead pervert like the one I just imagined were near zero. Serica was still a little girl. She'd probably never even fallen in love. I felt a little superior.
なあ、尾上、副部長は来ないのか？
お？
Serica tilted her head a little in confusion. Her hand stopped just before she grabbed her salmon rice ball. Wait, who the hell eats a salmon rice ball after they eat cream bread?
うん、今日も来ないと思う。文化祭の準備が忙しそうだし。それに、なんかのんちゃん、この間から変なんだよね。元気ないんだ。
wonder what's wrong, she whispered. By lately, she probably meant since Nono met Arimura. It was true that after that, she'd given up on telling me not to follow the case. Either way, thanks to that, I'd been able to focus on the case without being interrupted. Since she'd met Arimura, huh?
よし。
Oh yeah, you're here.
始めよう、和樹。円数、一旦落ちてもらっていいか？情報を整理するから。
She may have been waiting for something to spawn, or maybe she was just at a good stopping point, because she quit the game with much less cajoling than I had expected. She'd started to print out data from the PC. Now then. There was a lot of new information, but I'd spent so much time making the video that the board was the same way it had been. It was time to go over it. First, I should start with what I can't put on the map.
右のスペースが空いてるな。よし。まずそっちにチューブラリンな懸案事項を貼り付けよう。
チューブラリン？
ほら、例の動画とか。
そうか。よし、そんなら。
Ito, could you not talk with your mouth full, my dude? Ito forced himself to swallow what he was eating.
関わりがあるかもしれない動画は全部ここに貼っちゃおうぜ。
Yeah, that was the way to go.
じゃあ、まとめウィキに突然貼られた動画は、ラブホテルの中を外から撮ったやつだから。
That was this one.
で、その概要が、この動画のせいなんだよな。
And I had that weird hallucination. It was just a plain old wipe, so why did it seem so strange? Oh my god. Erica, please. Was everyone talking with their mouths full? What's wrong with you?
いいから、とりあえずお前は聞いてろよ。
Where was I?
伊藤、この動画、結局まとめウィキに貼り付けた人間って捕まってないんだよな。
ああ、ネットじゃ週末はかなり祭りになったけどな。テレビでも報道されてたから。
That's right. People on the internet like to make fun of TV and newspapers, but the biggest cause of online festivals was mainstream media attention.
でも、それに関しての続報が、つまり燃料がない。そのまま丸3日、下火気味か？
事件が事件なだけにそういっぺんには離れてないけど、あと週末に更新が炎上してたろ？
Huh? Oh no, I didn't know what he meant.
あれな。
Oh my god, this is the... Just ask, man. It's okay.
更新は復興事業の中心となった企業だろ？復興の時に街中に張り巡らされた監視カメラの設置にも噛んでるらしくてさ、それにプライバシーを侵害されたっていう人がイチャモンつけて、それについて更新の対応者が横柄な態度を取ったとかなんとかで、確か今朝提訴まで行ったはず。
そうそう、よくある話だよ。
んで、そっちにちょっと人が流れてる感じがある。
I see, so that was it.
動画の炎上に関しては、いたずらとか捏造っていうやつが出てきて、それを主流派が潰している最中。
So it was self-feeding then. Either way, without fresh fuel, it would eventually have to go out.
まあ、いたずらや捏造っていうやつの気持ちもわからなくはないけど。
But after having been there, I knew it wasn't. That's right. I should put up the video of the room too.
和樹、ラブホテルの動画適当に切り出してくれるか？
Okay, that's all.
あと一応これもな。
Why was he putting that up there?
なんだよ。
別に新聞部の動画は貼らなくても。
気持ち悪いわ、これ。
She's still eating. See, even the self-proclaimed girl says so.
何が関係してくるかわかんないだろ。
What does that even
それに
mean?
このシールは事件の鍵かもしれないんだろ。
それはそうかもしれないけど。
あのな、君悪がりすぎだっつうの。ほら、シールもまとめるぞ。
Damn it. You can only say that because you haven't seen it with its eye open. Well, it hadn't actually opened.
ったく、女子かよ。
男子だ。
Fine, fine. There were a lot of sumo stickers in the other images anyway. I shouldn't let it bother me. But I was going to avoid looking at them directly too much.
じゃあシールに関してこれまでにまとめた事件を付け出したけど、こっちみんなの現場が見える位置にあった力士シールの引きの画像は
That was this one.
それは
力士シールが貼られていたところの引きの画像。
いや、そりゃ見ればわかる。それがどうかしたのか。
まあ力士シールを見つけた時から少し気になってたんだけど、どうやって貼ったんだ。これ4階だぞ、ここ。
窓を開けて乗り出せば届くんじゃねえの。
ここの窓ははめ殺し。
そうか、お前言ったんだもんな、人から。
だから人からじゃない、歌ってない。
他の現場はどうなってる？
Ito ignored my protests and motioned for me to continue. Damn it, I wasn't at karaoke alone. It doesn't count.
次は音漏れたんか。で、そうか、ここはまだ力士シールの画像を貼ってなかった。
When I'd gone to the scene 2 days ago on Sunday, I'd found a sticker on a nearby telephone pole, just like I'd expected.
そのアップの画像は新聞部の動画にも使ったやつだから。
I imagine the one on the telephone pole. The close-up footage, yeah, this one. Ugh. It really was creepy close-up. Don't look at it. Don't look at it.
で、その引きの画像が
Long-range photo would be... that? No, that's the low. Is that the hotel? That's the hotel. So, yeah, oh yeah, it's that one. Got it. I see it on the left. The right. Whatever.
ここは貼ろうと思えば誰でも貼れるよな。
だけど回転デッドの力士シールの引きの画像は
That one. I like these little, like, check if you're paying attention situations.
これも貼られていたのは外壁だ。窓はあるけどとても届く距離じゃない。
そう？長い棒の先っぽとかにくっつけてピタンってやればいけそうじゃない？
Had she already finished eating all of that?
いや、そりゃ届くだろうけど、でもカラオケボックスの方は無理だろう。
ギブ。
That wasn't the answer I was looking for.
ちょっと食べ過ぎた。長い棒でなら届くんじゃない？
んなことしてたら一発でバレるだろ。
じゃあビルの清掃員さんみたいにしてとか。
First a long pole and then that?
まあそれはありえるか。どうした？
I mean, this is just speculation at this point. Not entirely helpful.
なんていうか、こんだけ異常な事件なのに棒の先っぽにくっつけてとか清掃員みたいにっていうのはロープを伝ってか？ まあとにかくそういう真っ当な手段で力士シールを貼ってる犯人の姿っていうのが想像できなくて。
Well, that's if the guy who put them up is the same one behind all the deaths.
いや、犯人が貼ってるかどうかはわからないだろう。つか直接的な犯人なんているのか。3件とも今のところ警察は自殺って発表してるんだぞ。
でもこっちみんなの事件の直前、部屋に訪ねてきた何者かを警察は追ってもいるんだろう。
And I still felt like there was someone on the other side of that door.
俺は事件の裏側を知ってる何者かのメッセージな気がするけどな。
A message?
回転デッドの被害者である柿田が死ぬ直前にどういう状態であったかはわからないけど、仮に前の2件と同じように異常な精神状態にあったとしたら、それを生み出す何か、そうだな、薬物とかを3人とも服用してるとかで、その薬物の謎を知ってる人間がシールを貼ったとか。
何のために？
それはわからんけど。
What?
お前はどう思うんだよ。
Huh?
僕は
So what was the deal with those stickers around the crime scenes? Let me think.
力士シールを貼ること自体が目的だとか。
え？
バットメンは知ってるだろ。
Like the Dark Knight? I don't know Batman. Please. It is an extraordinarily famous American comic book. Also the name of the heroes in the comic. Launched in the 1930s, and as of 2015, there are many cartoons, movies, and live-action dramas about them as well. Interesting. Ah yes, the Batman.
あれでしょ、コウモリがでっかい鋼鉄の赤マント人間に変身して糸出して子供をさらっていくあれ。
So many wires crossed here. That's funny. Wrong. Batman wasn't any of that. Actually, I think that's about 5 or 6 different comics mixed together.
作中にジョーカーっていうまあ悪役がいて、彼は現場にトレードマークとしてトランプのジョーカーを残すことがあるんだ。
I like how I like how Batman is Batman, but the Joker's just the Joker. That's funny.
残さない場合も彼自身がトランプのジョーカーのような顔をしているから、いずれの場合も現場にはジョーカーがいたという事実が残る。
そのジョーカーっていう人は何に変身して子供をさらうの？
What are you talking about?
なんだ、力士シールみたいな外見のやつが愉快犯的に3人を自殺に見せかけて殺して、力士シールをトレードマークとして貼ってるってか？
いや、例えばだぞ。
じゃあなんで直接死体の上に力士シールを置かないんだよ。
だから例えばだって。
そもそもなんでニュージェネレーションの狂気と同じ日付で事件が起こってるんだ？
それこそ僕に分かるわけないだろ。
I mean, at this point, we don't really have enough info to speculate this much. I tried to calm Ito down.
とにかく今ある情報をまとめちゃおう。話はそれから。
だな。力士シールだったか。
うん。一つ大きな動きがあったから。壁一面に貼られていた力士シールの場所は渋谷のガード下だから。
I appreciate that they don't make me pick the last one, because that would be, you know, like golly gosh, I wonder which one it is.
で、その画像がその概要が
改めて見ると不気味だな。ここまで大量に貼られたことって過去にあったのか？
過去の歴史シールの数のピークは地震前の2009年だけど、その時でもこんなに一箇所に貼られたことはなかったと思う。だよな。
うん、こんなのは見たことない。
なんで知ってんだ？
Because, Serica said as she looked at me.
昔タクと調べたことあるもん。
は？
一つ一つ渋谷に貼られてるやつね、タク。
ああ、まあちょこっとな。
That was part of my dark history, though.
結構がっつり調べたじゃん。大きな謎が隠されているって言って陰謀だって。
Hey, you idiot!
陰謀？
Don't look at me like that.
お前2009年って小学6年だろ？そんな時から都市伝説マニアだったのか？
他にも調べたんだよ。くねくねとかアポカリプティックサウンドとか。
The squirmy? Alright, I gotta know what the squirmy is. Apocalyptic sound, a massive noise of unknown origin that has been heard all over the world. It's unknown where it first appeared, but around the year 2011, videos of the sound began to be found uploaded to the internet, some of which were recorded in Tokyo. Many of these videos contain powerful, low-pitched echoing noise, like two pieces of heavy metal scraping together. The name of it is said to come from a scene in the last book of the New Testament, the Revelation of St. John, where an angel sounds a trumpet as the world is about to end. Interesting. It doesn't say fictional, so I guess that's a thing. Interesting. The squirmy, an urban legend that spread via the internet beginning in 2003. Most variations of the story involve people who saw something squirmy, who later experienced strange incidents. The size and description of the squirmy varies, but it's often said to be white color, and most of the strange incidents end very poorly for those who encounter it. Opinions differ on whether the original story came from an internet message board or a manga, and the debate continues to this day. Fascinating. That's slang.
とにかくだ
The
な。
squirmy.
これを貼った人間はまだ捕まっていない。
で小学6年の時にすでにかわいそうだった宮代くんの調査によると。
What do you mean I was a sad little boy?
そもそも力士シールを生み出した人間が誰かとかその目的とかっていうのは分かってないんだな。
そうだよ。
じゃあ場合によってはその人間が一連の事件に関与している可能性もある。
可能性はあると思う。
Of course, it was also possible that someone other than their creator was using them. But they'd been at all the crime scenes so far. It just felt like they had to be involved.
現状出揃っている歴史シールはこれだけだよな。
あ
あ。じゃあ今後の歴史シールに関する方針だけど、この壁一面に貼られた歴史シールのところに監視カメラを設置しようと思う。
は？
この歴史シール気になるんだ。こんなに一度にシールが貼られたことがなかったっていうのもあるんだけど。
I guess I need a picture.
カズキ。カズキ。
She was too busy playing ESO2 to listen.
カズキ。新聞部の動画に使った街中の歴史シール切り出してくれるか。
で
これが街中に貼ってあった歴史シール。さっきの壁一面に貼られた歴史シールと見比べてくれ。
Oh, that one on the left is particularly upsetting to me. Looks like he's melting. I wasn't going to look myself, though. Ugh. I didn't want to feel sick anymore. When I'd realized this in my room yesterday, I'd been staring at them so long I literally felt like I was going to throw up.
いや、だから力士シールだろ。
じゃあこれまでの事件現場のやつとも。
He took a careful look at the picture I showed him. So he saw it then.
何？どうしたの？
デザインが違う。
Ito kept his eyes locked on the image. Surprised. I'm not a sad little boy after all, am I? Okay, time for a lecture. Oh god, no. It's lecture time.
力士シールにはいろんなデザインがある。これはシールが発見された当初からそうだったんだ。ヒゲがあるのとか、泣いてるのとか、頭部が異常に膨らんでるのとか、まあとにかくいろいろ。このせいでオリジナルの力士シールっていうのはどれかわからなくなってるんだ。講義で見ればグラフィティに属するこういう行為は模倣犯が大量に発生するからこうなるケースが多いんだけど、当事者たち以外にはどれが模倣犯の仕業でどれが最初に貼った人間の仕業かはわからない。でも今回の場合、事件現場と壁一面に貼られた力士シールのデザインは完全に一致してるんだ。
じゃあ現場に貼ったやつとこの壁一面に貼ったやつは同一人物？
いや、それはわからない。偶然同じだけかもしれない。街中に貼られていた単独の力士シールの中にも現場と同じデザインの力士シールはあったから。
Ito sighed, disappointed.
なんだよ、それじゃあ。
でも過去に例がないほど大量に貼られれば気になるだろう。もしも同一人物だとしたら次に事件が起こるのがこの場所だっていう可能性もある。
And if we could get a video of it happening, it would be the biggest scoop imaginable.
それは
I mean,
まあな。でもいいのか？
at the very least, maybe tell the cops, like maybe try to prevent it in some way. I don't know. About what?
勝手に街中にカメラ設置してその映像を見るって、要は盗撮だろ。せめて次のニュージェネの日付の10月10日付近まで待った方が。明らかに部活の範疇じゃないだろう。
クルスみたいなこと言うなよ。
I think we passed that a while ago, if I'm being completely honest.
みたいに言ってんだよ。バレたらどうなるか。俺は嫌だからな、殺されるのは。
I think we passed school club activities when Miyashiro just charged into an active crime scene.
もうだからのんちゃんのことを怖がりすぎだってば。ねえ花ちゃん。
She's gone. We lost her.
ほら。
No, she's clearly not listening.
クルスなら大丈夫だろう。なんだか最近ガミガミ言ってこないし。
そうだけどよ。
Don't pussy out on me, man.
チャンスなんだよ。手がかりが力士シールしかなくて、そのシールの中に気になるところがある。最高の結果になれば先頭を打てて犯人の目星がつく。しかも警察より先に。最悪でも無駄骨だったで終わりだろ。
Still, Ito thought for a second about something probably... Oh, there's no punctuation there, it's hard to read. Still, Ito thought for a second about something. Probably Kurisu, there should probably be a comma there.
わかったよ。
Make it
部
easier
長
to
はお
read
前だ。
and follow. He nodded in resignation. Alright.
現状でのボードを使っての情報整理はこんなところか。
おー、このボード初めてこんなに大きく使うね。
Sarika looked at all the papers pasted upon it.
確かにな。今までは別にきちんと整理するまでもないやつばっかりだったからな。
Did I just hear her get upset? Did she just lose a roll for a rare item or have a kill get stolen?
ああ、花ちゃんダメだよ。壁へこんじゃうよ。
There was a pretty big dent in it already, actually. What is going on with this thing?
どうした？
Why it do this? Do this thing? Disconnecting? What is that? Certainly hope not. Ito was still looking at the board. Was there something I'd forgotten to go over?
いや、さっき途中でいろいろ出たわかんないことだけどよ。なんでニュージェネの日付に合わせて事件が起こっているのかとか、なんで現場じゃなくて少し離れたところに歴史シールがあるのかとか。
なんか分かったのか？
No, that's not it. Ito shook his head.
こうしてみれば、案外そのおかげで俺ら先に進めてんなと思って。ニュージェネの日付は渋谷ニュースの K さんも気づいてたけど、現場の歴史シールってまだ俺らしか気がついてないだろ。こんなこと前にあったか？
That's true, yeah.
チャンスってことだろ。
確かにそう思わないとそんな状況かもな。
Ito smiled, as if he'd gotten over his doubts.
でどうする？カメラブノはさすがにまずいからお前のでいいか？
ああ、前に自宅の防犯用に買って余っちゃった人感式のやつを持ってきてるから。それで仮に一旦10月10日まで撮影するとしてもバッテリーは持つ。
Jeez, man, how much money is this guy making?
よし、じゃあ早速
How
今から
do you
行く
have
か。
that much money?
あ、それなんだけど。
I was barely able to afford a functional microphone.
お前一人で行ってきてくれないか？
は？お前は？
有村さんにもう一度話を聞きに行く。昨日は歴史シールと動画のアップでバタバタしてて無理だったから。
I'm still not 100% clear if everyone else heard her say the creepy thing to him, or if only he heard that. I'm still waiting on clarification for that. Ito looked surprised, then fell silent for a moment.
いや、そりゃ確かにあの子には聞きたいことはたくさんあるけどよ。
I want to say other people heard her say that.
で
But
も先週
maybe not.
生徒会室で会った時になんつうか有無を言わさぬ感じっつうか得体が知れないっつうか怖くなかったかあの子。
I could tell what Ito was trying to say. Hinai Arimura had been a cheerful girl, at least when she was talking to Kurisu. But the second I brought up the Love Hotel incident,
あなただったんですか？部屋に入ったっていううちの生徒は。
everything about her changed. Her voice was flat and emotionless, telling me nothing about what she was really thinking. And
あなた、殺されますよ。宮代拓先輩。
お前あの時なんか言われたんだろ？
okay,
あの子
they
に
didn't hear it.
それがなんか関係あんのか？
いや、別に言われてないよ。
Ito's thoughts, on the other hand, were extremely easy to follow. He didn't believe a word I said.
まあいいさ。とにかくあの現場にいたのはお前たちなんだからな。
He must have come up with some probable answer that satisfied him.
でもお前一人で聞きに行けんのか？絶対挙取るだろ。
私もタクと行くよ。タク、まだ有村さんに慣れてないでしょ？
Shut up. I would just get a little nervous.
なんだよ。
いやしかしお前ら 四六時中一緒にいるよな。
別に四六時中ってわけじゃないだろ。
Just she and I.
お
She and I had been friends for our whole lives.
へえ。
What are you trying to say?
それこそ挙動った流れで否定しないのがお前ららしいなと思っただけだ。
Huh?
お前、本当にリア充じゃないわ。
What did you say?
んじゃあ、お前と尾上は有村さん担当な。
オッケー。
That's my favorite thing. I think that's my favorite thing in this entire game is the way she says okay. It's
おいちょっと待て
it's
僕は
really great.
オッケー。
で、俺と和樹。
She is displeased.
なんかいきなりやってきた敵キャラの群れにやられちゃったんだって。
An NPK maybe? Was it NPK? I don't know what that one is. Short for monster player killer. The act of luring a monster to another player and causing the monster to attack and kill them. This is considered seriously bad manners. Yeah, that's not very nice. I was not familiar with that term. No, wait a second.
どの道和樹は部室から出てまで部活動するやつじゃないだろう。
じゃあ、俺がカメラ担当で
オッケ
行ってきます。
ー。いってらっしゃい。
Ito silently took the bag with the camera in it from me and said,
せちがれ。
with those mysterious words, he disappeared into the hallway.
しんちゃんどうしたの？
わからん。
Oh god. The sumo stickers saved the world from destruction. Was this some kind of conspiracy theory? On Maba blog? The phrase sumo stickers always seems strange to me. My face may look like a sumo wrestler, but it's not, actually. It's a fat man. No, we don't even know if it's a man. It could be a woman. One need only look at the hairstyle to find proof of this. The hair is parted, not brushed back, which means it's not being tied into a top knot. Of course, there are some real sumo wrestlers who don't have enough hair to form a top knot, but they all brush their hair back. No sumo wrestler has ever stood in the ring with parted hair. So what does that hair mean? Is it just some guy with parted hair? No, the hair, in fact, represents a temple. And in a temple, of course, you find a god. The sticker has 3 eyes. 2 overlapping faces should, of course, produce 4 eyes, which means that the number of eyes, the number 3 is significant. The 3rd eye is the eye of the mind. Since ancient times, the 3rd eye has been used as a motif in conspiracy theories and urban legends. The eye that sees truth. The Senrigan? I don't know. The Ajna chakra. The eye of the pyramids. All of these things are represented as having power beyond human understanding. In other words, the 3rd eye is God himself. Oh my god, it just keeps going. Holy, oh my god. The eye of the pyramid, the symbol of that symbol of the Freemasons, is also known as the all-seeing eye of God, or the eye of the Egyptian deity Horus. In other words, the eye, God, sits beneath the hair, his temple. Wow. Oh my god, I'm looking at the bar on the right. Jesus Christ. So long. You remember in 2012 when the world was supposed to end during the Mayan apocalypse, but researchers have already proven that the original date given for the Mayan apocalypse was an error. The correct date was September 3rd, 2015. This date brings us to Egyptian mythology. According to a legend recorded on a fresco in the Temple of Isis, the world will sink underwater in September of 2015, and the goddess Isis is the mother of the sun god Horus. Do you understand now? The sumo stickers represent God. But then why are they only appearing in Shibuya? Because the grace of God wanted to protect Shibuya from an apocalypse. If you're a reader of this blog, you'll already have guessed what I'm about to say. Last month, in September 2015, the world was threatened by a greater danger than it had ever been faced with before. A massive solar storm caused electronics to crash all over the world, but especially in North America and Europe. A full month has passed, but only 50% of the damage has been fixed. So why did Japan, the world's third largest economy, and in particular Shibuya, one of its largest cities, survive almost unscathed? Yes, because the eyes of God, the third eyes, opened and created a powerful barrier. This is the truth, and this is my message to the people of Shibuya. I want you to understand this. The faces on the sumo stickers do not belong to a sumo wrestler. They are a symbol of God. They are God. You must not take them down. This would be blasphemy. This is already too long. You ain't fucking kidding. So I'll go into details in my next entries. Oh God, no. Okay, comments. These are gonna be fun. Interesting. An interesting perspective. By the way, my name's Maya, lol. How's that for synchronicity? Oh, because Mayan got it. I've seen the sumo stickers too. It's totally a sumo wrestler. This is some creepy shit, lol. How many people, oh my god, this keeps going. How many people in the world actually believed in the Egyptian calendar apocalypse? It's just something they came up with. It's just something they came up with to explain why the Mayan apocalypse never happened. There are other supposed dates for the apocalypse after 2015 anyway. After 2015 is 2017, then 2020, then 2030. Go through some more old myths and legends and from around the world, and I'm sure you can find more. Conspiracy theories are just a way for the power structure to control the masses. Ain't that the truth? Well, 2030, here's hoping. I mean, what? Huh? Who said that? What? Depending on how you look at it, a lot depends on whether you assume God saved Shibuya or whether he drove the rest of the world to the brink of destruction. Is it possible that Shibuya was already purified 6 years ago, and that's why it was allowed to survive? Bob the conspiracy lover. That's great. God, huh? How many Japanese have a real understanding of what God actually is? Acceptable. Do you know how many people died in the earthquake 6 years ago? This is inappropriate. Please delete this entry immediately. Where did the name come from? The sumo sticklers don't actually depict the sumo wrestler. We should look at who first started calling them that. We all use the same term to describe them, which means someone must have been the first to come up with it. Maybe someone gave them that name for a reason. Maybe they wanted to blind us to the fact that the stickers were God by making us think they were sumo wrestlers. I sense the presence of someone who doesn't want to admit the existence of God, or perhaps wants to hide it. Over the past... I feel like I've delved into that part of the internet. Over the past few years, unneeded people have been culled from Shibuya. That's what I think. Life's a balance between fun and sorrow. If it all evens out to zero, then it's not a bad life. But for most people, it's a net negative. Coming out to zero is the best we can hope for. So what is death then, beyond the thing that no man can avoid? It's not a minus. Of course, it's not a plus either. It evens out to zero. It evens out to nothing at all. The unneeded are culled because they are unneeded. You could say that they are chosen because they are unneeded. The first great culling was the earthquake 6 years ago. The new generation incident was what foretold it. Shibuya is just like it was 6 years ago. God will come once again to cull the unneeded. If the sumo stickers are God, then the city will soon be covered in them once more. Jesus Christ, that one was particularly unhinged. That doesn't explain. Hold on, he's responding to number 7, which is talking about how inappropriate it is. Got it. That doesn't explain why the 1999 Nostradamus prophecy, the 2012 Mayan apocalypse, and the 2015 Egyptian apocalypse were so heavily reported on by the media. What? Oh no, they're not responding to that one. They're responding to that one. Just, yeah, okay, yeah. All right, well, this was a unhinged, like, cascade of nonsense.
ひなえなら学校のどっかだと思うよ。うちらのクラス校内の飾り付け担当だから。学食じゃない？あっこが引っ張っていったし。
おお、尾上さん。飯？有村？
さっきまでいたけど、あかりの班手伝うって。
あ、尾上っち。 プロレスやってく？
ひなえ
She's
は
so
るかんとかじゃ
popular.
ないの？
もう行くんか？尾上もやってこうぜプロレス。
捕まらないね。有村さん友達多いのかな？お、どうしたの？
いや、お前もしかして意外にモテるのか？
It's true.
なんで？
Wait, why? Everybody in the second year class seemed to know who you were.
そうなの？
Serica made a face like she'd only just realized it now. That's really funny. Well, I never thought of her as particularly unpopular. But even though we weren't allowed always together, we were together often enough that I was too close to get a sense of something like that. Wait, I think a long time ago, Kurisu once told her, act a little more like a girl. You're wasting your potential. Why does everyone keep saying that?
タク？
Let her be
なんでも
her,
ない。
man.
というか尾上、お前本当に有村さんのこと知らなかったのか？よくわからないけど、結構ネットワークが広そうな子じゃないか。違うクラスとはいえ、女子のグループとかでは繋がってても良さそうなもんだけど。
Girls at a high school had to be better connected than anybody else around, right?
さあ、私クラスのグループとかそういうのあまり意識したことないから。
That makes sense.
もう少し女の子らしく振る舞いなさい。
何それ？それマジで？
I suddenly heard a voice I remembered.
今の
I looked next to me and saw that Serica was clinging to the window glass and looking down. I looked down and saw someone I knew walking with a group of girls toward the school gate. There?
急ごう。
違う告白までは言ってないって言ってた。でもあいあい傘でしょ。雨降る夜の渋谷でしょ。アッコの性格ならというかアッコの思い度合いなら告白までは行くよ。やっぱそう思う？ロールキャベツ系女子だもん。
I'm sorry. Excuse? Cabbage roll girl. A girl who may seem shy at first glance, but who can become extremely forceful when it comes to getting what she wants in love. The name comes from the Japanese cabbage roll, which is spiced meat wrapped in cooked cabbage. It's said that the peaceful cabbage on the outside hides the vicious carnivore that lurks within. That's really funny. That's really funny. Alright, I'm right back. I need to handle this before it gets out of hand. If I don't eat something now, I'm going to regret it. So, got a plate of dry-ass turkey.
嘘、アッコってロールキャベツなの？
I gotta sneak bites in between dialogue.
買い出しかな？
Arimura was walking through the yard with two people who looked like they were her friends. Also, I'm gonna try not to have my chewing get picked up on the microphone, because that's gross. Just like Serica said, she wasn't helping with the decorations in the yard. She was heading straight for the gate.
話しかける？
いや、ちょっと待って。
Good. I needed to get ready. My timing is terrible. What should I ask? What happened in the hotel, of course. And what did she mean about what she told me?
はるかはどうなの？磯崎くん。
Okay, you guys talk for a while.
あれ？言ってなかったっけ？はるか今白井くんと仲いいんだよ。うっそー！お姉さんは聞いてませんよ。何つながり？いや、そこまでじゃないって。で、何つながり？ツイパ、白井くんがハマった壁宝ボットのネタ画像。私がリツったのがきっかけで。はるかもロールキャベツだったか。抜かった。いや、別に狙ったとかじゃないって。偶然偶然。タク、行っちゃうよ。
No, but...
なんだこのギャップ。
Yeah, she's very, like...
私は嬉しい。なんか幸せ。
peppy. Very cheerful. She was nothing like the girl I'd seen in the hotel room, or even in the student council room. She was just a normal teenage girl. And if you asked me, one of the worthless ones who loved to talk about things that didn't matter. God damn, Yasha. Suddenly, Arimura stopped.
あの人。
Hi.
タク、あの人。
Shinjo, right? We'll go for another positive vibes, I suppose. Yeah, I knew them. I was the detective who visited the interrogation room during our questioning.
ごめん、急用ができてしまった。買い出し任せていい？
Arimura suddenly bowed to the other two. They seemed about to say something, but they must have seen the detective and thought better of it.
後で連絡する。
They left.
少し非常識じゃないですか。
Her voice sounded different, like someone had flipped a switch somewhere inside her. I have a hunch as to where this one's going.
今日はどんな事件です？
I hope I'm wrong. Ace? What was going on?
ヒカリオのホールで明日から行われる宝石展に予告状が届けられた。
まさか怪盗ロマンギー
This is not where I thought it was going. I'm pleasantly surprised. What? I couldn't follow the conversation at all.
今回ばかりは取り逃がすわけにはいかない。
まったく、人の予定も考えずに犯罪予告出さないでほしいですよね。
頼む、君の力を貸してくれ。
This is so much better than what I was expecting it was gonna be.
こないだラブホテルでひどい目に遭ったばかりなのに、人使いが荒いことで。
Just like a secret agent.
すまないとは思っている。だが俺たちだけではどうすることも。
しょうがないな。今度 とびきり美味しいロールキャベツをご馳走してください。それで手を打ちます。
What is your obsession with cabbage rolls, lady?
ロールキャベツ？まあそれぐらいならいくらでもお安いご用だが。
よろしく。
Arimura took the suitcase he offered her and got in the back seat of his car. The door closed shut, but the detective was still standing next to the car. Back seat windows were heavily tinted, and I couldn't see inside. The car was shaking a little.
中で何してるのかな。
いかがわしいこと？
Maybe there was some nasty old politician inside the car, and he was pawning all over Arimura. The thought made me sick a little.
え、でもあの男の人刑事さんだよね。
刑事だからって全員が正義の人だとは限らない。
Maybe he was threatening Arimura and forcing her to do bad things to make money. I gulped. Tried my best not to throw up. 5 minutes passed as I stood there and watched. The detective stood there the whole time. And then the back seat opened. When we saw how Arimura was dressed, both Sarika and I fell silent. She gave me like secret detective uniform.
お待たせしました。
Huh? What the heck? She cosplaying a naughty policewoman? Her uniform came complete with a miniskirt. So she'd been changing clothes in the backseat of the car? Oh,
今日
my
も決まってる
lord.
な。ミニスカ捜査官有村ひなえくん。
Okay, yeah.
お褒めいただきありがとうございます。
Oh my lord.
それじゃ張り切って現場に乗り込みましょう。タク。
Sarika shook my shoulder. She was blinking rapidly in confusion.
有村さん、なんであんな格好を。
なんてって言われても。そうか、わかったぞ。有村さんは普段は女子高生だけど、それは仮の姿だったんだ。その正体は女子高生ミニスカ捜査官。重大事件の時にだけ招集され、犯人を華麗に捕まえるんだ。有村さんにあんな秘密があったなんて、これは大スクープだぞ。新聞部ですっぱ抜こう。
That is so dumb.
え
That is
ミニスカ？
so
タ
dumb.
ク、何言ってんの？
He needs to work on keeping his thinkies in on the inside of his head. I suddenly realized that Sarika was looking at me in confusion. I quickly looked around. Of course, Arimura wasn't wearing a miniskirt uniform. She seemed to be talking about something serious with the detective. Did I just say that out loud? Oh no, that's embarrassing. My face was burning.
冗談だよ。
あんまりタクらしい冗談じゃなかったな。それとも実はそういう趣味だったとか？
違う。
本当に？本当にミニスカ捜査官が趣味じゃない？
そんなことより有村さんと刑事の関係を避けらないと。
Sarika was looking at me with cold eyes, but I quickly turned my attention to Arimura's conversation.
悪いが、こちらも動ける時間をなんとかひねり出してる状態だ。刑事だとは名乗っていないから勘弁してもらいたい。
刑事うんぬんじゃなくて。
君はあくまで条件付きの釈放。わかってるね。
近くの喫茶店でいいですか？あまり知られてない穴場があるんで。
The two of them started to walk off.
刑事さんとデートかな？
そんなわけないだろう。事件についての話に決まってる。
As I stood there and thought, Sarika brought her face right up to mine. It was too close, and if the other students saw me, they'd get suspicious. And she smelled good, so I wanted her to stop.
どうするのタク。
僕たちもぜひ話聞きたいよな。
I pushed her face back just a little and looked toward the direction they'd gone in.
じゃあ、行く？
ああ、近くの喫茶店かっていうと。
Even after being damaged by the earthquake, Shibuya was still a mecca for fashion and culture. There were a number of cafes, even just around Hekio Academy.
あんまり知られてない穴場って言ってたよね。となると、やっぱりカフェラックスかな。
Yeah, that would make sense. The newspaper club went there so often because it was close to the school, but students rarely visited it.
尾上にしては冴えてるな。
褒められた。
It's a pretty backhanded compliment.
いや、そんなに褒めてないからな。
We nodded at each other as we went through the gate.
よし、行くぞ。
オッケー。
Okay.
お主たちか。いつもの席は今さっき埋まって。ん？
I tried to motion to the waitress to get her to understand. Sarika and I finally succeeded in getting her a point across.
ふむ。訳ありか。よかろう、こちらへ来い。
With a perceptiveness that belied her ridiculous appearance, she led us to a seat near the entrance, far from our usual spot. If we put up a newspaper, maybe they couldn't spot us. Classic. Just... We sat down and spread out a newspaper to hide our faces. I ordered myself my usual Mountain View, and Sarika had her grapefruit juice. Sarika drew her shoulders in to make herself harder to spot.
聞こえる？
I peeked out a little over the newspaper and motioned for her to be quiet, then listened.
ここは壁砲の人たちにとって穴場なのかい？
だと思います。
Good. It was a little hard to hear, but I could make it out. After all that talk about them talking with their mouth full, I was still amazed to find out that anyone from Hekiho but us knew about this place.
それで、何なんですか？取り調べにはちゃんと通ってるじゃないですか。
さっき初めて見たが、君は壁砲では随分と表情が違うんだな。
Thought this was my chance. Arimura frowned a little.
取り調べに対しては黙秘こそしていないものの、徹底して平坦な調子を貫いているそうだが。
By interrogations, he must mean that they were asking her about what she was doing at the Love Hotel. What was that? A file?
2年3組有村ひなえ16歳。2014年壁氷学園に入学。文芸部部長。友達が多く明るく社交的な性格の持ち主。成績は中の中。補導歴や学園側に反発するなどの問題行動を取った記録はなし。学園側から提出された君の資料だ。これにこちら側で調べた簡単な君のプロフィール以外、事件に関しては何も分かっていない。
As dies? What does that mean? Is that supposed to say besides? I'm actually not sure. Besides you and got it, yeah.
何も覚えていませんの 一点張りでは
That
な。
got me. That got my brain. Detective leaned back in his chair. I couldn't see his expression from here, but I could guess that he was frowning.
少しは壁法にいる時のように社交的に振る舞えないか？我々警察は全力をもって事件の解決に。
嘘です。
Her words were sharp. Arimura was glaring at the detective, as if she found his presence extremely unpleasant.
そうだったな。すまない。
The detective bowed his head just a little. I couldn't see his expression.
なんだ？
自分とその協力者は全力をもって事件の解決に当たっている。少なくとも敵対する立場にはいないだろう。
Arimura fell silent for a moment, as if considering his words. What were they talking about?
別に取り調べに対して非協力的な態度を取るつもりはありません。ただ答えようがないだけです。事件前後の記憶がないのは本当のことなんですから。
ではそれ以外のことに関してこちらに言えることはないか？例えば殺された柿田博則との関係については？
My heart started beating faster.
タク？
Murder victim? Police had declared that the Love Hotel incident revolving dead was a suicide. I leaned forward even more. Couldn't afford to miss a word of this.
こちらっていうのは新庄さんとあの人たちってことですよね。
ああ、警察は関係ない。
Arimura thought for a second.
柿田さんとは協力関係でした。
協力というとあの件についての？
もちろんそうです。時折匿名性のある場所で落ち合って情報交換をしていました。
どうやって知り合った？どうした？
兄の友人だったので。
ん？確か君のお兄さんは地震で。
やめてください。兄や私の家のことについては関係ありません。
Arimura's voice sounded genuinely pained. The detective fell silent for a moment, allowing her words to echo through the room.
あ、わかった。はい、新庄。ああ、わかった。10分ほどで戻る。進めておいてくれ。
The detective stood up. Quickly scrunched my shoulders together and leaned close to the newspaper. The detective knew our faces. I couldn't let him see me.
そうだ。その前に、これに見覚えはないか？
The detective took out something like a file. She didn't like that. And Arimura jerked backwards and looked away, frowning.
おい、どうした？
知ってますよ。でも嫌いなんです、そのシール。
Hmm. Did she say sticker?
それがどうかしたんですか？
She was still looking away as she spat out the words.
ホテルの事件現場を撮影した動画がネットに上げられた件は知っているだろう。あれはどうやら渋谷の野良無線 LAN からアップロードされていたようで、まだ犯人が特定できていないんだが、その動画を撮影したカメラがあったと思われる場所にこれが貼ってあったんだ。何か知っていることはないか？
別に気味の悪いシールっていうだけです。街のあちこちに貼ってあるじゃないですか。早くしまってください。
Arimura refused to look at it. The detective put it away.
だろうな。
Yeah, I'm not a fan either.
こんなもの、事件と関係あるはずがない。
This time, he turned to go for real.
今後は、なるべく署の取り調べに対しても、協力的な姿勢を見せてくれ。
だから話せることがありません。
話さなくていい。だが、条件付きの釈放を面白く思っていないお偉方もいる。しがらみってやつだ。壁標であれだけ元気な君なら簡単なことだろ。
Arimura sighed a very exaggerated sigh.
言っておきますけど、今時女子高生が女子高生をやるのもかなり大変なんですよ。
Crap. Good, they didn't spot us.
ところで、君の同類は今のところ他にいないんだな。
もちです。また来るがよい。
ビビった。
タク、有村さんが出る前に出た方がよくない？
そうだな。
Things could get complicated if she caught me listening in. I paid for our drinks and headed for the exit.
また来るがよい。
Just as I was able to leave,
どうなろうが知ったことじゃない。
Arimura was all the way in the back, but I could hear her voice clearly. Oh, I thought we got busted. October 6th, 2015, Tuesday. 9 p.m. In front of Shibuya Station. The place was as crowded and noisy as ever. The footsteps of people rushing to the station to get home after work, the voices of people talking into their phones about where to meet for drinks, the screams of joy as old friends were reunited. It all blended together, and it all had an effect on anyone who passed through it, even for a moment. 6 years after the Shibuya quake, the city had been rebuilt to the point where there was nothing left to remind you of it. Everything was up and running again. Until a few years ago, many people would stop and stare and wonder at how everything was new, but not anymore. The slogan of the restoration efforts, Shibuya, a city reborn, had such an effect on people that the past was beginning to be forgotten. At least for people who weren't in Shibuya during the earthquake. Just a 1-minute walk away from the station. Yeah, I imagine it would be pretty impossible to forget that. Was the Shibuya Earthquake Memorial. Kurusu made sure to visit once every week. She would put a flower down by the name of her best friend from elementary school and pray silently. It was only a short distance from the heart of the city, but the noise and commotion didn't reach this place. This place was somberly constructed, and pure, as if it wanted to be separated from all that. Today was October 6th. Quake was on November 6th, so this was the same day of the month. Maybe that's why there were so many flowers. Some of them were lying scattered on the ground. There was no one around. Sometimes people would come at around 10:30 p.m. when the earthquake struck, but other than that, the place was mostly empty at night. Kurusu went around the area, grabbing up all the scattered flowers she could see and putting them on a nearby dai? I think that's how it's pronounced, dai? She'd done it many times before. It was all part of her routine.
どうすればいいかな。
Kurusu was thinking about what had happened a few days before, and about her younger brother Miyashiro.
あなた殺されますよ。宮代拓先輩。
Did she hear that? She did hear that. Okay, so Ito did not hear that. She heard that. Got it. She'd heard it clearly. Hinai Arimura had said those words to Miyashiro.
タクルが
No, that was impossible. There's no way her brother was about to get caught up in something because of what he'd learned. A sudden wind blew the flowers out of her hand. They scattered away from her. All she could do was watch. For a moment, she tried to reach out and grab them, but her hand clawed uselessly at the air. Before the feelings overwhelmed her, she turned toward the place where her friend's name was carved.
ね
She rubbed it gently. The familiar sensation came to her through her fingers.
えどうすればいいかな
But the name, Senri Minamisawa, just echoed the question back at her.
いいんじゃないか。珍しくいいアングルだ。
お前な、言っとくけどかなりめんどくさかったんだぞこれ。
どっかにくくりつけたのか？
なんか壁にくっついてる鉄パイプみたいなやつにな。
ん？
違う、それきっと雨どいだ。屋根に溜まった雨水を。
Oh my god, dude.
どうでもいい。くくりつけるのに使ったバンドやらは自腹切ったんだからな。明日払えよ。
設置する場所はそっちが勝手に。
言い出しっぺはそっちだろ、宮代部長。言っとくけど、データの回収はみんなで持ち回りだからな。
あ、分かってるよ。
てか、それもいちいち面倒なんだよな。中継式のは手に入らなかったのか？
高いんだよ。
And if we tried to do wireless from there all the way to Hekiho or this place, that'd be a huge pain.
で、そっちは？
え？
有村さんだよ。会えたのか？
I guess. It depends on how you look at it.
まあ明日話すよ。結構面白い情報が手に入ったから。
なんだよ、今言えよ。
そろそろ渋谷ニュースの放送が始まるんだよ。
え？今日放送あるのか？
You should have been more careful.
ちゃんと全部チェックしとけよ。今日の更新文の最後に書いてあったぞ、伊藤部員。
やかましい！
He hung up on me angrily. I put the phone down and checked the time. About 5 more minutes. I opened Shibuya News and waited for the broadcast to start. Good old Shibuya News. After that, Arimura had waited about an hour before she'd come out of Cafe Lax. I thought about pretending to run into her, but I didn't want to go up to her too fast and have her find out I was listening. As I waited for the right moment, she got in a taxi and left. She was probably heading to the Shibuya police station for an interrogation. This was amazing. I wasn't able to talk to Arimura, but I knew I'd managed to get much more important information. There was a lot about their conversation I didn't understand, but I was right about one thing. The police were treating the incidents, or at least revolving dead, as murders.
いや、警察はじゃないのかもしれない。
That detective, Shinjo, was it? He seemed to be acting separately from the rest of the police force. And he had some kind of secret about it that he shared with Arimura. But more importantly than that, and more importantly than anything,
会話に出てきたシールっていうのは歴史シールのことだ。
from what he'd been saying, I was sure of it. And while he knew about the sumo stickers, he didn't seem to realize their importance. Maybe he hadn't realized that they were at the other 2 crime scenes. Good. I really was one step ahead of the police.
やっぱり これはまたとないチャンスなんだ。
That is not something that is usually said before good things. If I kept it up, I might be able to learn more about the case than anyone else. More than the ignorant kids getting ready for the festival. More than the people who had to cling to the internet for information. More than even the police. More than Kawahara, that jerk who called me a pretend reporter. And more than the rest of the class who called me a camera kid.
情弱を全員見返してやれ。
はい。2015年10月7日0時になりました。皆様、ようこそいらっしゃいませ。K さんと申します。
Shibuya News' net radio started just like it had said it would. Kei's voice was as pleasant and clear as ever. The last broadcast was after the Love Hotel incident, so it would have been September 30th. It had been about a week.
まとわりつく暑さはもうなくなりましたね。発表されている通りならしばらくは過ごしやすい気温になると思いますが、いかがお過ごしでしょうか。
As I listened to her voice and read out all the latest information from Shibuya, I grabbed a magazine off of a cabinet shelf. Oh my god. We need to talk about Cool Cat. Like, what's going on with this magazine, man? It was a back issue of Cool Cat Press that I'd bought, or rather been forced to buy from Gen. Just like with Kei's broadcasts, it had been a while since I'd spent any time with this. I paged through it, looking for an interesting article. It was still mostly junk. 10 ways to make your ideal girl like you. How to tell your ideal girl that you like her. What to say to your ideal girl to get her into your bed, etc. There were a lot of articles that were of no interest to me whatsoever. Nope, none at all. 0%. As I carefully read through these articles, which did not interest me at all, I found a small section at the back that was something a little different. That's really funny. Listen, I read them. I read them twice, and I read them twice over. Did not interest me at all. Rorschach will reveal her naked heart, how to know exactly what she's thinking. The article consisted of strange, symmetrical drawings in black ink, along with commentary from a psychoanalyst about what each said about your personality. Or at least, it was someone who claimed to be a psychoanalyst. And at the very end, there were even diagrams on how to use these pictures to see how popular you were, or how compatible you were with a certain girl.
もう何でもありだな、この本。
This freaking magazine, dude. Whispered to myself. The Rorschach test was a famous personality test. The test involves pouring black and red ink down a folded card and spreading it out to create a strange symmetrical shape. Different people would see the shape as a dog's head or a man and woman kissing, and what you saw told you about your personality. I see. Alright, top left, I see 2 elephants touching trunks. Top right, I see like a 6-winged angel going like ho ho. Bottom left, I see like some kind of really fucked up plant. Or maybe like a throw rug made of a dragon. That's kind of a stretch. And then the bottom right, I see like 2 dudes with really long chins going like, at each other. Alright, that is my Rorschach test. Moving on. But the idea of using it to determine your personality, or your compatibility with a certain girl, was just so stupid I had to laugh.
この図形は羊か？何々？これが羊などの毛に覆われた動物に見えたあなたは、本心を隠そうという意識が強く、女の子には何を考えているかわからない人ととても警戒されています。そんなあなたのモテ度は20点です。なんだと？
Rough. snapped back to my senses. I was close. I almost did the whole test. I tossed the magazine on my desk. And then, as if she'd been waiting for me to finish, Kay's voice became a little more serious.
さて、このように今日も渋谷ではいろんなニュースがありましたが、そろそろ本題に入りましょう。今日、放送の機会を設けさせていただいたのは、ある一つの記事を皆さんに紹介したいと思ったからです。
The point? What article was she talking about? I listened intently to Kay's words.
内容はこの放送やサイトでも
Oh,
頻繁に
it's...
取り上げさせていただいている事件に関してのもの。
Isn't that the lady who was bothering Shinjo?
今渋谷で起こっ
And
てい
being
る
a real ass?
連続猟奇事件です。
Yeah.
6年前の渋谷で連続して起こったニュージェネレーションの狂気という事件の日付と今回の連続猟奇事件の日付が一致していることは以前に述べましたが、
Interesting. I wasn't expecting them to reveal who Kei-san was, right? I mean, I assume that's why they're showing this. Like, this soon.
この動画はそれ
I
以
don't
外
remember
の
her
共
name.
通点を指摘してくださっています。
I just remember she was an asshole. That's all I remember. What? Did someone other than us noticed?
このアドレスです。
I clicked the link she posted immediately after I saw it. It was an address for a Nico Nia video. The few seconds it took to load felt like an eternity. Yo, what if it's our video?
来た。
Yo! Huh? Oh my god. Yeah, I hate those stickers. I saw the thumbnail for the video and quickly turned away. Then I grabbed my phone.
Onoe, 渋谷ニュース聞いてるか？早く見てみろ。僕らの動画が特集されてる。
October 7th, 2015, Wednesday. Sakuragao Kacho, Shibuya. It's the best I can do. Oh, Frisia. Trustworthiness Investigation Company Frisia. That's a name that really doth protest too much. No, I swear, we're super trustworthy. It's in our name.
それでは今回はこの辺りで
Mio.
お付き合いいただきありがとうございます。わずかな時間のお相手は私 K さんでした。時刻は間もなく2015年10月7日0時22分。悔いのない一日が始められることを祈っています。
Kunosato gave her usual sign-off and ended the broadcast. She stretched expansively, her shoulders cracking as the stretch passed through her entire body. She knew that acting like a proper lady was the way to get listeners for these guerrilla radio broadcasts, but it still felt like she was taking things too far. After almost 100 times, she was used to it, but she never finished a broadcast without feeling exhausted.
なんだ。
いや。
Is that her way of saying that she can't, that it exhausts her to not be an asshole for a little bit?
お疲れ様みおち
For
ゃ
a
ん。
short period of time?
もらいます。
Shinjo watched, stunned, as Mio leaned back in her chair, crossed her legs, and accepted a coffee from Momose.
昼間の有村といい、最近の若い女の子はどうなってるんだ？
She sure didn't look like a girl who'd been speaking into a computer microphone with a pleasant voice just a moment ago. He knew this was what she was really like. Wait, he knew this was what was really like, but
は
her eyes met with his.
何をしていたんだ今のは。
情報の発信だ。他に何がある？
That made no sense. Broadcasting information?
まあ新庄ちゃんがわからないのも無理はないけどね。
Momose glanced over at Kunosato.
ミオちゃんはうちの大切な情報屋なの。本業は研究者だけど。
はあその年でですか？
You can tell she's a scientist because of the coat. She's wearing her science coat.
アメリカの研究所に飛び級で招かれた天才。
私は秀才型です。天才ってやつはこんなもんじゃない。
Oh my god, I want to chuck her out a window.
それよく電話で話してるあなたがお世話になった子のこと？
Kunosato nodded and started to massage her tired shoulders. He had no idea. He thought she was pretty grown up for a 17-year-old, but
何の研究を？
私のプロフィールが事件と関係あるのか？
oh my god, go
あ
fuck
いや
yourself.
そうじゃないが。
ここよ。
Momose pointed at Shinjo's head.
頭？
脳みそ量子脳論特別研究員。
Quantum brain dynamics. Alright, tell me about quantum brain dynamics. The name given to a scientific field that attempts to explain brain activity, particularly human consciousness, from a quantum mechanical perspective. That sounds like technobabble. Science
な
babble.
ぜ
I don't know.
碧峰学園に？
渋谷にある壁砲はいろいろとカオスチャイルド症候群を研究するのにちょうどいいからよ。ね。
本題に入りませんか？
Without waiting for Shinjo or Momose to agree, she continued.
有村は力士シールについて何か言っていたか？
俺にはタメ口なんだよな。
He sighed to himself.
おい、
いや何を気にしているか知らないが気味悪がっていただけだ。
確かか？
あ、何をそんなに気にしている？そういえばさっきもシールについて何か言っていたな。
He thought back to how different Kunosato's voice was when she was on the radio.
あれは何をしていたんだ？
だから情報の発信だと言っただろ。
ちゃんと説明してあげたら？これから新庄ちゃんとは解決まで協力することになるんだし。
Dude, this trope drives me up the wall, dude. I cannot stand characters like this. She's... Kunosato didn't bother to hide her displeasure at Momose's interruption.
ギブアンドテイクでしょ。
もらえるものがあればいいんですがね。
That was enough to piss Shinjo off. Seconded.
お前な、少しは年長者に対する敬意を。
今年発表された主要メディアの利用率を知っているか？
は？
ネットの利用者は全体で7割、10代では8割、20代30代では9割が利用していて、いずれもテレビよりも利用率が高い。都市部に限定すればもっと上がる。10代20代で新聞を日常的に利用しているやつは1割もいない。去年も一昨年もそう変わらん。中学生へのスマホの普及率は半分以上。
Something tells me
高
she's
校
gonna
生
go
以上
on
に
for
な
a
ると
while.
9割5分。スマホを持っていることはネットを利用していることと同義だ。
あ、待て、何の話だ？
普段手に入れる情報をネットだけに依存している人間がどれだけいると思う？
Kunosato suddenly stood up and brought over the mobile PC she'd been using to stream. She opened something on the screen for Shinjo to see. It was the homepage of a major newspaper dated yesterday. There was an article about a Shibuya resident suing Koshin for invasion of privacy.
これは私が起こした。
ん？
監視社会の問題を考える団体の一人がツイポの中毒者でな。同様の思想を持つアカウントとホームページを別々の人間としてでっち上げ、過去にあった効果的な判例に誘導し、複数人からあなたは被害者だと言われているように思わせた。踏ん切りがつかなかったようだから、週末に更新側が取った無礼な態度を録音させ、それをネタに炎上させた。その結果が
Was this, she said as she tapped the PC.
まさか。
ネットに依存しているやつが一番食いつく情報は、自分にとって都合がいいネット以外のメディアの情報だ。かけてもいいが、こいつは提訴に関して私が紹介した書籍以外は一行も読んでないぞ。
Wow, I'm impressed. They actually managed to make me like her even less. Incredible. Not that I've ever seen his face, Kunosato continued. The way she spoke alone was enough to make Shinjo believe she was telling the truth.
なんでそんなことを？
百瀬さんから更新がきな臭いことは聞いているだろう。私も同じ考えだ。なるべくイメージを落としておきたい。そして私が今欲しいのは力士シールに関する情報だ。
The screen was indeed showing a picture of the sumo sticker. And then,
碧峰学園新聞部？
Shinjo's gaze landed on a phrase in the video's introduction. Wasn't that where those kids who snuck into the Love Hotel went?
首を突っ込むなと注意しておいたのに。
Yeah, they didn't listen. His tone was irritated as he remembered the faces of the boy and girl. Kunosato, however, seemed to find it rather entertaining. Of course she did. She's the worst.
なかなかに気のつく連中だ。利用できるときに利用しておく。今からそうだな、12時間もすればこの動画に力士シールに関しての情報が殺到する。
え？
さっきの放送での情報発信はそのための仕込みの一つだ。
Cameramen, do your damn job. Oh, I missed that one. After what she just told him about her dealings with Koshin, he couldn't help but believe her.
ん？何新庄ちゃん？
いえ。
He realized he must have been looking at Momose for an answer. Just who was this girl?
あ、ダメよ新庄ちゃん。みおちゃんに手出したら。
God, who would even
何言ってるんですか？
I can't stand her! For so many reasons. Ugh, he felt his cheeks turn red at this entirely unexpected response.
違います。これは図星とかではなく。
Just
分かってるわよ。まだまだね。
有村は他に同類を見つけていないんだな。
Kunosato interrupted.
ああ、そう言っていた。
であれば次に狙われる可能性があると分かっているのは有村だけになる。何の目的かは知らないが、おそらく10月10日に。
October 10th. The date of the Vampire Earth 6 incident 6 years ago. 6 incident years ago. Yep,
い
that's
ざ
the
となっ
words.
たら
Wrong
おとり
order.
に使ってしまえばいい。狙われるかどうかは分からんがな。
Oh my god, you're the worst.
そんなことできるわけないだろう。
Shinjo slammed his fists down on the desk and glared at Kunosato. That was going too far, even for him. But instead of getting scared, Kunosato glared back at him with an expression he'd never seen before. Her face was cold and dangerous, like the blade of a knife. She looked more like one of the people he'd arrested than anyone he'd saved.
お前は事件の解決に協力してくれるんだろう。言っておくが、いざという時の指示には従ってもらうぞ。
こちらも言っておくがな。
Kunosato put her hands on the desk and drew closer to him.
私がまず殺したいのは今回の事件の犯人で。
Definitely something to
そ
tell
の
a
次は
detective.
有村をはじめとするそいつらだ。
めんどくさいな。
Alright. She's gone. She's gone! I don't want to think about her anymore. Ito whispered as he turned the camera around the room, and I wholeheartedly agreed. We were in our classroom after school. The Culture Festival was just 3 days away, and from this afternoon until the day of the event, classes were cancelled to allow more time for the preparations. The rest of the class must have been getting excited because they were making even more noise than usual as they started moving around desks and furniture. Since this marked the start of the real preparations for the Culture Festival, the newspaper club needed to go around and take more footage of the rest of the school. We'd been on our feet all afternoon. I didn't have time for this right now.
うっとうしいな。
だな。
Ito whispered as he saw the group glancing at us from a corner of the classroom.
え、マジ？必死すぎじゃん。
つーか何？ニコニヤにアップなんかしてんの？あいつら。パクるとかどんだけだよ。
パクリじゃない。
Damn those wrong-siders. Didn't they look at the timestamp?
てか、みんな思った以上にニコニヤ見てんだな。
うちのクラスの出し物、ゲロカエルン喫茶だろ。
ん？ああ。
ゲロカエルンの再ブームの火付けになった動画、例の記者の渡部が特集したのがきっかけなんだよ。
So a lot of them knew who Watabe was.
それでかよ。
Ito sighed again. He was probably getting sick of all the glances and whispers he'd been getting since lunchtime. So was I. Geh.
宮代。なんですか？
The look on Kawahara's face said, I have better things to do than waste time with you right now.
文化祭の記録映像、どのくらい進んでる？
Phew, so that's all he wanted to talk about?
ですねえ。その
How was I supposed to answer that? We were just recording video, so there was really no point when it was finished. Please stop looking at me like that.
なんだよ。どのくらいだ？いや、その
順調に撮ってるよ。どうかしたのか？
文化祭の閉会式の時、バックに流したらいい演出になるんじゃないかっていう案が出た。できそうか？
Ito put his hand on my shoulder.
大丈夫だよな。
おお、多分
だと。
じゃあ細かい打ち合わせは明日するから。
Huh?
ちょっと待ってください。
I found myself speaking to Kawahara as he turned to leave. I don't have time for...
なんだ？
No,
なんでもないです。
Kawahara looked irritated that I'd stopped him.
行こう、クルス。
Yeah, get out of here.
クルス？
Go back to Fire Emblem. Kurusu seemed to be thinking about something. It wasn't clear if she'd heard him or not. And suddenly, she looked at me.
タクル。
なんだよ。
For once, Kurusu seemed uncertain about what to say. Come to think of it, this was the first time I'd talked to her since the incident with Arimura.
ちょっと来て。
She dragged me out of the corner to an She dragged me out to the corner of an empty hallway. I shook her hand off my arm.
何どうしたんだよ。
Kurusu cradled the hand I'd shaken off protectively.
あれから有村さんと会った？
あれからって、生徒会室で会ってからってこと？
She nodded.
会ってないよ。
That wasn't a lie. I hadn't spoken to her directly after all.
そう。
What?
有村さんがどうかしたのか？
Kurusu remained silent, her lips pressed into a thin line. And then...
事件の動画アップしたでしょ。すぐに削除しなさい。
What was that? Am I crazy or did the picture... Something happened with the picture? I'm losing my mind. Alright. Had she been checking our page?
事件を追うのもやめなさい。ラブホテルの一件で懲りたでしょ。
Oh, there's a... Dude, there's another... I think there's another... portrait of her underneath the one... Why is that there? What is happening? It's so weird.
確かに警察には連れて行かれたけど、別に
取り返しのつかないことになる可能性だってあるの。
There was something different about the way she talked. Her whole personality was different than usual. It wasn't as forceful. She was lecturing me, but instead of looking me in the eyes, she was cradling her arm. It was as if she was speaking to herself, not to me. The first time since I'd left the orphanage, I thought I might be able to win an argument with her.
危ないことはしてない。新しくアップした動画だって普通の取材の範囲だったろ。今あの動画はいろいろあって注目されてる。僕はそれに書き込むことしかできない他の連中とは違う。
Why is it layered like that? It's really tripping me out. Why is that there?
またそんなことを。子供じゃないんだから。
I assume it's an error or something, but I don't know, maybe it's on purpose. Hard to say.
部室に行く。教室に戻るんなら伊藤に先に行ってるって伝えておいて。
I turned around without waiting for her answer. When I'd gotten a good distance away, she'd said,
タクル、あなたも他の人と違わない。ただの高校生でしょ。
Her voice wasn't as strong as usual, but there was no trace of anything like kindness in it either. I didn't stop walking. A minute later, Ito ran up to me and we walked to the club room together. Ito asked me if something had happened, but I told him that it wasn't the case.
あ、やっと来た。二人とも遅いよ。
悪い。どうなってる？
さっきもう10万超えちゃったよ。コメントは5000超え。
Huh?
マジで？
Well, yeah, of course it's gonna blow up. Ito raced over to the PC that Sarika was looking at.
マジじゃねえか。おい、見えしろ。
落ち着けよ。10万くらいどうってことないじゃないか。
震えてんじゃねえか。
Shut up!
本当だ。超えてる。
Yesterday the video only had 5 views, and now it had over 100,000. Actually, it was getting close to 110,000.
マジでか。
The cause was obvious. It was the Nikoniya news video that had updated this morning.
渡部の記事のコメントは
さっき見た感じじゃ炎上してる雰囲気だったけど。
Serica opened the page.
やっぱり今もだね。
Love the comments. Watabe is such a shitlord. So Watabe is stealing other people's blah dot dot dot. That's funny. Man, they're mean. Watabe die is, you know, something about the simplicity of it. Though he appears to have a supporter in Chaos. Sponsored by Waltz with Crabs Incorporated. What? What a name. 1 out of every 3 or 4 comments on the article was criticizing it. I took a quick look at them.
気取り屋がほとんどだな。ツイートと連動してるから、ろくに中身を確かめずに書き込んでる連中が湧いてるのか。
It was this morning when we realized that something was going on with the view count on the video we uploaded. After Shibuya News had linked to it, the views had gone up to almost 10,000 overnight. That in itself was a big deal. It was getting views faster than any video in the club's history. But this was to be expected. Kei had a lot of followers. After the broadcast had ended around midnight, Ito, Serica, and I had gotten excited and quickly got in touch on our smartphones. We'd stayed up all night. We'd stayed up until close. Give me a second. We'd stayed up until close to dawn watching the number go up. But just before noon, it had really started to climb. Just as we decided to see where those new viewers were coming from, we noticed a comment on the video saying, "I came from Watabe's article." This was the article they were referring to. Nikoniya's web reporter, Watabe, had figured out that the sumo stickers were being placed near the crime scenes. And he had a never-before-seen photo of the room at the Love Hotel from the revolving dead incident. And in that photo...
僕の方が先に気づいていたのに。
Watabe had realized that the photo contained a sumo sticker, and that the other crime scenes had sumo stickers nearby as well. He'd written up his findings in an article and published it. As a result, people had come over to our video that discussed the same topic.
10万って新記録だろ。副部長の渋谷復興動画の5万が今までの最高記録だもんな。
Yeah, that's true, but...
素直にこの記事のインパクトってわけじゃないだろう。どっちかっていうと、渡部がパクったって騒いでる奴らが多いってだけで。
バカ、それでも10万は10万だろ。しかもこの短時間にコメントだってめちゃめちゃ来てんだぞ。
まあそうだけどさ。
Still, it was hard for me to be happy. The reason we were getting so many views and comments was that the contents of Watabe's article were so similar to ours. Not many viewers seemed to think that we were amateurs who just happened to put something together similar to Nikoniya News. A lot of people were enjoying the scandal of Watabe, the up-and-coming reporter, plagiarizing an amateur video. It was true that we'd uploaded our video before Watabe. That was obvious from the timestamps. Well, some of our classmates seemed to think we had ripped off Watabe, though.
まるっきり炎上マーケティングみたいだ。この渡部の記事がだよ。渡部が本当に記事をパクったかどうかはわからないけど。
いや、それはないだろう。素人のやつをパクった炎上を利用するってネットの記者とはいえありえないだろ
う。Well, maybe.
それに炎上なんかで騒ぎを集めなくても渡部は十分知名度あるだろう。スクープ連発してんだから。しかも俺らの動画アップしたの一昨日だろ。再生数もほとんどなかったし、渋谷ニュースで再生数伸びたって言っても今朝の話だ。この記事なんて明らかにそこから用意したものじゃねえだろ。
That's true too, but something still bothered me. There were several conditions that had to be met for a flame war to really take off. Two of the biggest were that the famous person had to be the target, and that the mainstream media had to get involved. Just having our video picked up by Shibuya News was a first for us. What were the odds that the perfect fodder for an epic flame war would get posted at the exact same time?
考えたって仕方ないだろ
Ito said as he watched me mumble to myself.
せっかくなんだ見てくれた人のコメントから情報を漁ろうぜほら力士シールのこと書き込んでくれてるやつもいるおい宮代チャンスなんだろ
Ito seemed unable to contain his excitement. Actually,
やけに元気だなお前。
はそうか
しんちゃんが前に作った動画100いかなかったもんね。
Ito's face suddenly went red.
別にそれは関係ねえよ
Was that why?
見るなよほら文化祭の映像撮んのに時間取られたんだからとっととやるぞ和樹
We'll go with the red one this time. For variety. Kazuki looked up from her game. She'd been totally ignoring all of this.
渡部の記事の画像適当にプリントアウトしてくれ
Ito took them and stood in front of the board. He started to put them up. His face was still red. He glared at the images as he looked for a spot to put them.
ほら早く動画を確認しろよ
Well, whatever. If he thinks he's fooling me like that, then I'll let him think that. Oh dear. I still felt sick.
サムネイルは飛ばしてくれ。
オッケー、私もやだもん。
She skipped past the image of the sumo sticker and started to scroll through the comments.
渡部パクってんじゃねえよ。こっちの方が本当に早いの。マスゴミ被害者はこちらです。
渡部とかダブスタの風見鶏だろあんな嘘つき野郎の信者がうじゃうじゃ湧いてきて気持ち悪いか動画の内容そっちのけで渡部の信者とアンチがやり合ってるな
むしろ信者の数が多くてアンチが一方的にボコられてないか。
コメント数の違いははっきり出てる数が多いのか一部の信者が熱心にたくさん書き込んでるのかはわからんが
渡部の信者ってどれぐらいいるんだろう。
テレビに出てるぐらいだぜ結構多いはずだっていうかさ俺ら大丈夫だよな。
何が？
ほら俺らって動画をアップする時のアカウント碧峰学園新聞部ってちゃんと名前出してるだろ信者が押しかけてきたらどうする
いくらなんでもそれはないって。
そうか10万再生だぜ10万人が見たとは言わないけどそれでも1万人ぐらいは見てるだろう渡部の記事から飛んできたってコメントも多いんだ渡部信者が見てる率は結構高いはずだそいつらが過激な連中じゃないって保証はないだろ渡部にとって邪魔者である俺らを強引な手段で排除しようって考えたりするかも
考えすぎだ。被害妄想だよ。
だといいけどななんか怖くなったんだ俺って人間が10万回もジロジロ見られたような感覚っていうか得体の知れない居心地の悪さっていうかさ
言いたいことはなんとなくわかるけどそれこそ自意識過剰だと思う。
ああそうだな
Ito forced himself to smile.
要は10万再生に軽くビビってるってこと
ね
Serica cut us off.
え、なんか外騒がしくない？
Oh god, angry mob. I listened carefully. Felt like I could hear shouting outside the window. Oh my god, it is an angry mob. Maybe. Ito tilted his head in confusion as he opened the window. And then...
壁氷学園新聞部出てこい。
渡部さんを批判するクソガキども出てこい。
盗撮は犯罪です。壁氷学園新聞部は今すぐ逮捕されろ。壁氷学園新聞部は土下座して謝れ。
壁氷学園新聞部は我々による正義の裁きを受けよう。
A large crowd was gathered outside in the front of the gate. They were screaming our names.
やべえ。
Welp?
なんか100人以上集まってるぞ。
Ito quickly crouched down and got away from the window.
プラカードとか持ってる。新聞部は死ねって書いてあるのが見えた。
嘘だろ。
That seems excessive. Why would they come after us like this? We didn't do anything wrong.
おい、どうするんだ宮代。
どうするって。
Both Serika and Kazuki were staring at me nervously.
どうするって言っても、のこのこ出てったら、それこそボコボコにされそうじゃないか。
なんでこんなことになってるの？
知らないよ。
渡部だ。あいつら渡部信者に違いない。もしかしたら渡部自身が信者どもをけしかけたのかも。
けしかけたって何の話だ。
俺たちを殺せってけしかけたかもしれないだろってことだよ。
怒鳴らないでよ。
とにかく逃げよう。集団心理は恐ろしいんだ。普段どれだけ冷静な人たちでも集団になった途端に狂気に支配されてしまう。あの連中と冷静に話し合えるとは思えない。このままじゃ僕ら殺される。だから逃げよう。
宮代拓郎出せ。
Crowd outside yelled my name. Felt my blood run cold when I heard it.
伊藤真二、クルスノノ、尾上セリカ、和樹花、以上の犯罪者どもは出てこい。
Well, that's concerning. It wasn't just me. They knew the names of the entire newspaper club.
なんであの人たち、私たちの名前知ってるの？
なんなんだよ。これが10万再生のツケっていうのかよ。ふざけんなよ。
Serika, Ito, and Kazuki were all starting to panic. To be honest, so was I. I had no idea having this many people scream my name was so scary. Over 100 people were in front of the gate, and they all knew about us. They all hated us, and they were all ready to hurt us. No normal person would ever be the object of so much hatred.
おい、やばいぞ。
Ito had fearfully taken a peek out the window again. His voice was almost a scream.
あいつら中に入ってきた。
Oh shit. I went to the window too. I looked down and saw that the protesters were ignoring the teachers and storming into the school. They were screaming, "Find the newspaper club and make them pay!" This was nothing more than a riot now. Any semblance of order was gone. There was no stopping them now.
警察に？
そんな暇ない。どうにかしないと。
I ran over to the door and locked it.
どうするつもりだよ。
立てこもるしかないだろ。見つかったら終わりだ。
でもあいつら新聞部を標的にしてるんだぞ。それなら真っ先にこの部室に来ちまうじゃないか。
そうだけど。
It was no good. I'd lost the ability to make calm, rational judgments. There was no way we could escape now. They knew our names. We should assume they knew our faces too. There was no way we could escape from that many people.
どうしよう。
There was a loud pounding at the door.
もう来た。
I could tell that there were several people right outside the door. They were yelling, "Come out! We know you're in there!"
バレてる。俺らがここにいることバレてる。 宮代、どうすんだよ。逃げ場はないぞ。
Battle stances, everyone. Fisticuffs. This was the 5th floor. We couldn't escape via the windows. The only exit was the door, and they were waiting for us outside. We had nowhere to go. Did I make a mistake? Should we have run earlier?
おい、宮代。
わからないって僕に聞くなよ。
The frustration gnawed at me. I couldn't calm down at all. All I could do was regret ever having uploaded the video. But at the same time, I told myself that it was too late for regrets now. But then what could I do? There was no way to escape. I couldn't come up with anything. We just had to stay here and wait for the storm to pass. So I just kept staring at the door and praying that they wouldn't kick it down. And then my phone rang. I glanced down at it, annoyed, and saw it was from Kurusu. Maybe she could save us. I quickly answered the phone.
もしもし。
タクル、助けて。
クルス。助けて。どういう。
I had a bad feeling about this. My hopes were dashed in an instant. And then I felt something like despair rising up from within my chest.
今どこだ。
体育倉庫。たくさんの人に追われて閉じこもったんだけど、あの人たち何なの？ねえ、何なの？
今すぐ逃げろ。そいつら僕らを目の敵にしてる。
無理よ。外囲まれてる。扉ガンガン叩かれてる。
そんな。
ねえ、タクル、助けてよ。私怖い。なんで黙るの？ねえ、何か言ってよ。助けに来てよ。このままじゃ私殺されちゃう。ねえ、タクル。
くそ。
Bit down hard on my lip. I was in the exact same situation. We went outside, they'd kill us too.
クルス、逃げてくれ。頼むから逃げてくれ。
扉ダメ、こじ開けられる。ねえタクル、早く来て。このままじゃ怖いよ。私殺される。
クルス。
やめて、来ないで。タクル、助けてタクル。
クルス。
Oh no. How could this happen? It was so awful.
こんな理不尽なことあってたまるか。こんなことならクルスの忠告ちゃんと聞いておくんだった。
Should have just deleted that video. Never should have uploaded it. Man, that one just kept going, huh? It just kept going. I kept thinking like, oh man, that's heavy, and then it just kept getting worse and worse. Damn, dude. Of course, that never actually happened. And Hekio Academy was as calm as ever. I tried imagining the worst case scenario, and it didn't seem realistic at all. Kurusu was worried over nothing. There were tons of videos on the internet with over 100,000 views, and a lot of them had over 1 million. The internet just didn't have as much influence on the real world as we thought it did. But as I looked at the comments, I realized that there was in fact a small-scale war going on between Watabe's fans and his haters.
おのえ、そこら辺のどうでもいい議論はスルーしてシールで検索かけてくれ。
オッケー。
That's still my favorite thing. Serica scrolled through each of the comments, checking them in turn.
ろくな情報がないな。
One guy was calling it the Fatso sticker. Another was saying Sumo sticker. Sumo sticker is my waifu. Oh, there it is. Serica must have been getting annoyed with it too, because she started to use her free hand to play with her Garo froggy strap. But a moment later, her hand froze.
あ、これは？
力士シールの作者なんて KLX だろ。長着オツ。ね。
You're the wrong cider moron. Sure, there was a theory on the internet that an artist named Kalex was behind the stickers, but no one had ever found any proof. They had probably just read the title or the first few lines of an article somewhere that said Kalex was the artist who created the stickers, and never given it any more thought.
このアドレスは?
There was a URL among the comments that was pasted with no explanation whatsoever.
飛んでみる？
Oh yeah, definitely. Click, yep. 100%. Click it without any hesitation. Do you want a virus? That's how you get a virus. I took a look at the letters in the address.
単にアマブロのアドレスだよな。
I wasn't sure, but it didn't look like a very dangerous page.
オッケー。
I love it so much. Okay. Oh, I read this one already. I don't have to read it again. A moment later, I was staring at a page with an ugly, garish background. I looked away from the sumo sticker that was its hit counter.
なんだここ。
Serica clicked through the links on the page.
力士シールを特集してるページみたいだね。
It must have been a lot of work to get all these. Was this from before the earthquake? Serica must have still been bothered by the stickers, because before she said anything, she scrolled down to the text-only part of the page.
このシールの目は滅びを予見し、これを未然に防ぐためのもの。2015年の人類滅亡の予言は被害はあったものの、これによって守られた。
2015年の人類滅亡の予言？エジプト歴の人類滅亡説か。
よく知ってるね。
常識だよ。
I read further down the page and saw that he considered the crash of 15 to be part of the prophecy, and said that the stickers had saved humanity.
色使いといい。ちょっと来てるな、ここの管理人は。
そういえば渋谷ってクラッシュの時あまり大きな騒ぎにならなかったよね。歴史シールって太陽嵐を軽減する効果でもあるのかな？
Idiot. Why would you believe that?
渋谷の被害が少なかったのは単に復興計画で街が整備されていたおかげだよ。これは単なる結界説。
結界説？
How could she forget that? A long time ago, we'd spent a lot of time looking into this.
相撲の発祥が神事であったことから、相撲を行う力士をモデルとした力士シールに宗教的な意味を持たせてあちこちに貼ることによって結界を築いているんだっていう説だよ。
宗教的な意味って？
Crap. I didn't know.
とにかく結界説はナンセンスなんだ。力士シールって呼ばれてるけど、力士をモデルにしたっていう証拠はないんだから。
ふーん。
Good. I guess I fooled her.
タク、これは？
なんだ？知ってるぞ。
知ってるの？作者。
え？
This, Serica said as she pointed to a page about the creator of those sumo stickers. Oh god. Hold on, I'll read this. As I said in my last entry, I'm going to go into more detail about the sumo stickers. First, I'd like to answer a question that's been on the minds of everyone who visits here. Who made the sumo stickers? Many people seem to get this wrong, but the creator of the sumo stickers is not, in fact, Kalex. There is no proof that he, or perhaps she, is the creator of the stickers. This is Kalex's homepage. There are several images in the gallery that are similar to the sumo stickers, but none of the sumo stickers themselves. As an artist, Kalex has put a focus on symmetry in order to achieve eerie effects in many of their illustrations. Of course, that explains why they're similar to the sumo stickers. It's likely that a careless remark by someone who doesn't know the truth of the sumo stickers was the source of the rumor that Kalex created them. But then if it wasn't Kalex, who did create them? I know who. In fact, I've made contact with them. Oh god, aliens. Aliens. As I've said before, the sumo stickers represent God himself. The person who created them is a prophet who heard the will of God. History tells us that every prophet is mistreated in their own time. The prophet suffers even now. They were sacrificed to the rest of humanity in order to build the barrier. I won't say their name here, but the creator is located within Tokyo General Hospital. And then there's more, but I can't read it yet.
いや、勘違いだ。
Well, I hope they let me
進めて
read
く
it.
れ。
OK。
The background was using the nastiest colors I'd ever seen. My eyes were starting to hurt. What's this?
巷で言われているように、歴史シールの作者は K-Rex ではない。
Between this and the sheer number of sumo sticker photos, it was clear that the page's author was a little crazy, but had done their homework.
このシールの作者は、結界を築くために人類の犠牲になったのだ。
No, maybe a little more, more than a little crazy. They were totally nuts. I hadn't read a page like this in a while.
その犠牲となった尊敬すべき作者は
I stopped scrolling down the page.
これ
Her voice was shaking a little as she pointed at the screen.
H 総合病院にその身を置いている。
タク
I knew what she was trying to say. I could see Sarika's shock out of the corner of my eye, but I couldn't take my eyes off the words AH Tokyo General Hospital. That was the hospital. That was the hospital I'd snuck into with Sarika in elementary school. The one I saw in my dreams all the time.
おい宮代宮代って
Oh, you're not gonna let me read the rest of it? I guess that was the important part, right? What? Kazuki stuck her face in front of the display from the side and pointed toward Ito.
なんだよ。
やべえぞこれ
Ito was staring at the board as he whispered. Then he walked straight up to it.
やっぱりおいこれ見てみろって
What do you notice? He pointed toward the pictures that were stuck up on the board.
どうしたんだよ。
I tried to hide my shock at what I'd just seen, but my voice was quivering. But Ito was completely ignoring me. He ripped off a few of the pictures. And stuck them back up. The huge number of sumo stickers, and then the long-distance shots of the ones we found at the crime scenes?
ここ見てみろ
I couldn't tell that Ito and Sarika had turned to look... What? I could tell that Ito and Sarika turned to look at me when I laughed. I thought back to the conversation I just had with Kurusu. Something terrible might happen? I would keep going anyway. I would probably keep going all the way. Because I wasn't just an ordinary teenage boy. Wait, but what did he... October 7th, Wednesday. 8 p.m. Tomigaya, Shibuya. Really? You're just gonna cut... That's... I'm grumpy. Aoba Clinic. 2-minute walk from Yoyogi Park Station. This private clinic, 20 minutes away from the heart of Shibuya, was loved by the locals for its homey, comfortable atmosphere. The clinic offered internal and pediatric medical services. It had no facilities to allow someone to stay overnight. The wait was 10 minutes at worst. Some days it was more common to find the director's drinking buddies there telling bawdy jokes than it was to find patients. The only full-time doctor was the clinic's director. He had 2 nurses. The only times it ever got busy were during flu shot season, and when the director's neighborhood baseball team had its annual tournament.
おかしいな ここにねえってことは。
The clinic's second floor. This floor, with its living room, kitchen, and bath, and the third floor, with the rooms for the children, formed a localized small-scale children's welfare facility named Aoba Dormitory. There was no sign identifying it outside, so if you just walked by the building, you'd have no way of knowing that the upper floors were an orphanage.
ズキズキきやがる。ここにもね。おい、ノノ。
もうちょっとだから。
ちげえよ。薬がどこ行ったかって。
Wataru Sakuma, the director of the Aoba Clinic and Aoba Dormitory, looked at the dinner lined up on the table and froze. Boiled vegetables, white fish with plum, tofu hamburg steak, natto, rolled omelet with shiso leaves. The oldest girl at the dorm had been in charge of cooking ever since she came here when she was in the 6th grade. Every year, she started cooking more and more like an old woman.
お前な、おばあちゃんじゃねえんだから、肉とかよ。
腹回りの贅肉を減らしてから言ってちょうだい。嫌ですからね、老後に高血圧治療の面倒見るの。
食べ盛りもいるってのに。ああ、しょ。
Sakuma pressed his hands up against his temples and rubbed them.
どうしたの？
老気ないが見当たらねえんだよ。
何、頭痛？
ああ。
確か。ってちょっと待って。もしかして二日酔い？
Sakuma moaned a little. Kurusu smiled gently at him, still holding the kitchen knife.
父さん、そもそも課長で医者であるあなたが病院の仕事手伝ってるとはいえ、見習い看護師以下で娘である私に薬の場所を聞くのも問題ですけど。
She's doing the voice.
よりによって二日酔いですって？昨日の夜、残った事務仕事を私が片付けてる時に晩酌してたの？
いや、仕事は俺だってしてたぞ。
じゃあ仕事中に飲んでたってことね。そんな酔っ払いに出せる薬はありません。あと1週間禁酒にしますから。
はあ？おい、の冗談だろ。
できた。2人とも呼んできて。ごちそうさま。おいしかった。ごちそうさま。はい、お粗末さま。お茶入れるね。ゆう、手伝って。
Her little brother nodded, and together they took the plates the four of them had been eating on into the kitchen. It was their job to clean up. Yui Tachibana and Yuto Tachibana were brother and sister. They were the only two siblings at the Oba dorm who were actually related by blood, and the rest of the neighborhood thought it was cute how they were always together. The Shibuya earthquake had occurred when Yui was in 2nd grade and Yuto was only 6, and hadn't started school. After the earthquake, the two of them had come to Aoba dorm. The two of them had been depressed for a long time, between the shock of losing their parents and their experiences in the earthquake's aftermath. Now they'd made it to the 2nd year of middle school, for Yui, and the last year of elementary school for Yuto.
のの、明日の夕飯は先に食べてていいぞ。
During the meal, Sakuma had complained about Nono's ban on his drinking, but Yui had told him he'd brought it on himself. He'd spent the rest of dinner muttering to himself, but by now he'd calmed down a little.
最近バタついてるからよ。
嫌です。温め直すのめんどくさいもの。それにバラバラに食事するのって好きじゃないの。できるだけ家族揃って食べたい。でもバタついてるってどうしたの？
I like this music. It's a nice little tune. Kurisu checked the clock as she spoke. It was almost 9. Aoba Clinic closed at 6:30 p.m., and it was often after 7 p.m. by the time Sakuma finished his paperwork and came up the stairs. Kurusu would have dinner already around that time. But it was true that lately he'd been coming up later and later. Sakuma shrugged and said he wasn't sure why exactly, but
大学の後輩が渋谷でやってる医院もそうだし、ここらのでっけえ病院、代々木の AH 東京総合病院とかよ、最近忙しいらしいんだよ。の
あ、ごめん。それで？
ま、復興祭が近いから浮かれて怪我するやつが増えてるんじゃねえかとか、それに合わせて例の症候群をもう一度見直す動きがあるとか、いろいろ言われてんだけどよ。
見直すって6年経って今さら？
わかりやすく復興して治ってんのは町の外観だ。ここはそう簡単に治らねえからな。
Sakuma patted himself on the chest.
うちの患者は別に普段と変わらねえんだけどよ。その後輩やら知り合いやらからなんだかんだと頼まれるのが多くなってんだよ。おかげで肩こって仕方ねえ。
As her father rotated his shoulders to stretch them, Nono told him he was doing a good job. He normally looked like a goofball, but Kurusu knew that he was reliable when it counted. Aoba Clinic was far enough from Shibuya that it hadn't been damaged during the quake, and so it had remained open. She'd heard that Sakuma had taken in patients with minor wounds, a field that was outside his specialty, and treated them. When she helped at the clinic's front desk, the patients would often tell her grateful tales about what he'd done then.
どうしたの？この梨。
パーラー西野で安売りしてたの。いただきまーす。
Yui and Yuto had come back from the kitchen with tea and a sliced pear. She stuck a toothpick in a slice as she spoke.
甘くておいしい。ああ、ゆいポン酢買っといてくれた？今日底値でしょ？
うん。お一人様1個までだったからユー連れて2個ゲットしてきた。あ、そうだ、いつものスーパータイムセールの時間変わるって。
嘘
？1時間遅くなるんだって。
ああ、困るな。夕ご飯の買い物どうしようかな。
あと風呂場の洗剤切れそうだったよ。あの白のパッケージの。
それは週末のセールを待ってる。
どこの？
青木薬局。
クーポンあるよ。
ほんと？助かる。そうだ、ベランダ見た？洗濯物干す方の角のとこ。
何？
苔生えてるのびっしり。
それが？
なんとかしないとそのうち赤谷が湧くの。
や
だ。私だって嫌です。というか私が一番嫌。何？さっきから。喉痛いの？
風邪？ちょっとありえないんですけど、お医者さんでしょ？
看病するの私たちなんですからね。ただでさえ寝汗が多くて洗濯が大変だって言うのに。
少しは痩せてよ。だいたい父さんの食費だけで月にいくら。
Dang, they're merciless. Sakuma slammed his teacup down on the desk. He'd reached the limits of his patience.
のの、ゆい、話がある。ちょっと座れ。
座ってんじゃん。
あのな、お前ら。
Sakuma pressed down on his temples again as he wondered where to begin. Felt like his headache was getting worse. But in the end, he couldn't come up with any ideas except to say it directly.
もう少し高校生と中学生らしくできねえのか。
は？
The two of them looked at him like as if they didn't know what he was talking about.
のの、お前趣味なんだ？
何急に？
いいからよ。趣味は？
部屋の掃除。
ゆいは？
セールのチラシ集め。
The two of them kept eating their pear slices, unsure of what he was getting at. And then they continued their conversation, saying, "What's his problem? Must be terrible getting old." Yeah, dude.
座れ座りなさい。
座ってるって。
お前ら何歳のうちから初対地見てんだ。セールがどうの食費がどうの学生の会話が。
家のことは任せるって言ったのは父さんでしょ。
Kurusu ran the Aoba dorm's budget, and Yui helped her.
もっと遊べっつってんだ。ライブ行ったり服買ったりよ。
Oh my god, Yui's face. Just that face is killing me, dude.
別にいいよ。ネットで聞けるもん。
言われなくても服はフリマとかで買ってます。いいのない時は自分で作っちゃうもの。
ちゃんとしすぎなんだよ。あんな好きのない女はモテねえぞ。
クラスの子供っぽい男子になんか興味ありません。あとのの姉は中等部じゃアイドルだから。
そうなの？
Of course, Yui nodded. Yui went to Hekiho Academy's middle school, which was located close to the academy itself. The high school and middle school did a lot of activities together, and Kurusu had gone to the latter before as part of her student council president job. Kurusu chuckled.
こっちじゃどっちかっていうと怖がられてるんだけどね。
彼氏の一人もいねえのか。お前の浮いた話聞いたことないぞ。
クラスの子供っぽい男子になんか興味あります。
That was good.
そっちも男子ってそうなの？
年頃の男子なんて何歳でも一緒でしょ。
Kurusu sipped her tea with a smirk.
ブラコンめ。
Then she spit it out like she'd been struck with a bullet.
ののね大丈夫？ティッシュ。
Kurusu coughed as she took the tissue from Yui, then wiped down the desk.
変なこと言わないでちょうだい。
Her face was bright red as she yelled at Sakuma.
お前はタクルに構いすぎなんだよ。そんなんだと他の男が寄ってこないぞ。
そんなことないです。いや寄ってきてるって意味じゃなくて。
Kurusu waved her hand, annoyed.
とにかくあの子は。
ののね。
Kurusu threw the tissue in the garbage can without answering.
言うとはこの間ユイが言ってただろう。ほら同じクラスの今野さんだがなんだか。
違うよ。いや違わないけど。
Now it was Yuto's turn to turn red.
そうだ、それどうなったの？やっぱりラブレターだったんでしょ？隠し事はなしでしょ？どうなの？
Yuto shrank back into his chair, his tiny body becoming even smaller. Then he nodded. Yui leaned forward, excited.
徳田くんに。徳田くんにバレて、それで。
Yui's expression switched from jovial to serious.
何？からかわれた？
After a short pause, Yuto nodded.
ダメだよ。嫌なものは嫌って言わないと。そういうのに慣れたら気づかないうちに曲がってくんだから。でも、もしまたいじめられたりしたら、姉ちゃんにいいな。やり返してやるから。
ゆい、女の子がそういうこと言わないの。
お前が言うか？
どういう意味？
There were two rules in Aoba dorm. After dinner, everyone would gather around the table to talk, and no one was allowed to keep secrets. When Sakume decided to open an orphanage after the earthquake, he first picked the name, Aoba Dorm, and the second thing he decided on were those rules. The four of them talked until around 10 p.m., when Yudo started to yawn. Telling each other about their daily lives was how they kept themselves grounded.
入るよ。
Kurusu entered the empty room, knowing there wouldn't be an answer. She started by wiping down the desk, and then moved on to do the rest of the cleaning the same way she always did. Nothing had changed in the room since Miyashiro had left. Oh, it's his room. It was filled with books, papers, and DVDs. Home was the place where Kurusu felt the most calm and relaxed. It was where she could be herself and be with her family. Her favorite time of the day was after dinner. It wasn't that she was uncomfortable at Hekiho, but her personality was such that she always felt like she had to put her job first. And she linked the role she had at home with her family more than she linked the roles she had in the outside world. As she cleaned the bookshelves, she saw a scrapbook. She'd seen it many times before, but she put it on the desk and started to flip through the pages. The book was filled with information on urban legends and crimes that had taken place in Shibuya, and on the last page was a collection of magazine and newspaper articles. The magazine article was dated about 6 months ago, just before Miyashiro had left home. The newspaper article was from 6 years ago. It was about the Shibuya earthquake. This was why Miyashiro had left home and gone to live at Miyashita Park.
日付が6年前の事件とぴったりしてるんだ。事件も自殺っぽいっていう内容はともかく猟奇的だという点で同じ。
Is this the first time we've seen, like, him? Weird.
あなた
It's always weird.
殺されますよ。宮代拓先輩。
Like that time it was linear bounded phonogram in like some of the routes where you see whenever you see the protagonist of any of these games, like from the outside, it's weird. You're used to being inside their head. Something might be coming for him, or maybe Takuro was getting involved in something. As his older sister, she had to protect her little brother. But little brother, I know how to talk. Can I face what happened 6 years ago? There was a knock at the door. She tried to take a few deep breaths to calm herself before she spoke.
誰？
俺だ。入るぞ。何泣きそうな顔してんだ？
She quickly put her hand up to her face. She wasn't crying. She took a quick breath to help her focus.
どうしたの？
飯ん時、ちょっと変だったろ、お前。
そう？
Sakuma looked at the scrapbook on the desk.
やっぱあいつがまた何かやらかしたのか。
His voice was a father's. Kurusu put the scrapbook back on the shelf.
うん。あ、いや、またやらかしそうというか。
相変わらずだな。ラブホテルで警察にお世話になった後、お前ちゃんと止めたんだろ？
うん。
Kurusu nodded, remembering what had happened in the hallway that day.
それでも、なんかやめそうになくて。
珍しいな。あいつがお前に逆らうなんて。
それは私がきちんと。
なんだ。どうしたんだ？
Sakuma sensed that something was wrong with Kurusu and sat down on the bed. He motioned for her to speak.
父さん、あの子ってどうやって私じゃなくてうちに馴染んだの？ほら、長期昏睡から目覚めてリハビリ始めた時は全然心を開いてなかったでしょ？
それを言ったら、ゆいとゆうともそうだろう。言っとくけど、 お前もそうだったぞ。
私の話はいいから。
ああ、前のこと覚えてねえな。だいたいそんなのちゃんとしたきっかけなんかあんのか。
But he crossed his arms and seemed to be trying to remember the past. Soon,
ああ、いつ馴染んだかなんてわかんねえけど、初めて一緒に夕飯食った日は覚えてるわ。
あ、
Kurusu realized that she remembered too. Even after he'd started his physical therapy and learned to walk again, for a while he'd kept eating dinner alone in his room. Sakuma had told him that everyone was supposed to meet and talk. Oh my god. Never mind, handled. Sakuma had told him that everyone was supposed to meet and talk after dinner, but he'd used his poor health as an excuse to stay in his room.
私も覚えてる。そういえば、あれってなんでだったの？
ああ、多分な。お前の単価だよ。
え？
あいつのリハビリ手伝ってたろ。家族なんだから私が面倒を見るっつって。
うん。
Yashiro had refused, but she told him there was no reason for him to be embarrassed now. She had been in charge of cleaning his catheter when he was in a coma, after all.
そっから前にも増してつきっきりで、昔からだ。お前のブラコンぶりは。
だから違うって言ってるでしょ。
んで、あいつが問題なく日常生活できるようになって、そろそろ学校も大丈夫じゃないかって、お前が俺に相談持ちかけた時、なんて言ったか覚えてるか？
うん？
Kurusu tried to think, but she couldn't remember herself saying anything special.
小学生の時、学校にあまり行っていなかったって言うけど、私が行けるようにする。もしあの子をいじめるやつがいたら、私がやり返してやる。嘘でしょ？
She didn't remember that at all.
本当だよ。さっきユイも言ってたじゃねえか。明らかに昔のお前の影響だ。今以上にとんがってたからな。それをあいつは部屋の外で聞いてたんだよ。その日の夕飯からだ。あいつが一緒に食べるようになったのが。まあ結局あいつはあまり学校には行かなかったけどな。それでも保健室登校で卒業できたのはお前のしごきの成果だろう。
As she listened to Sakuma's words, she could feel the terror that had been building inside her start to fade away. Instead, she felt a mixture of confidence, nostalgia, and joy.
そんなこと、私言ったかな。ののねえ、何してんの？
そっちこそ二人でどうした？
ユウのトイレ、そしたら声が聞こえたから。そう。
She smiled a little at Yuto's embarrassment. He couldn't go to the bathroom on his own at night. He'd always been shy and spent most of his time clinging to Yui, but the earthquake had given him a mild scotophobia? A type of specific phobia. A specific phobia is a type of mental disorder where the subject exhibits an extreme mental and physical rejection response toward a specific object or situation, such as heights or needles. Scotophobia is the fear of darkness and is commonly found in small children. I see. Primary cause of this disorder are experiencing trauma in a dark place or being unable to control the instinctual fear that humans, being non-nocturnal creatures, have of the dark. Interesting. I did not know that was called scotophobia. Scotophobia, scotophobia, I don't know.
ねえ、二人はタクルに帰ってきてほしい？当たり前じゃん、家族だもん。うん。 ていうかタクル兄の掃除当番全部肩代わりしてるの私とユウだから早く返してもらわないと。あと買い出し当番も。ああ、それもだ、忘れてた。
Kurusu laughed and looked around at her missing brother's room, at her family. There was no changing what happened 6 years ago now.
ユイ。ん？ユウトをいじめるやつがいたらやり返してやりなさい。え？もちろん。
She would just have to protect her family, so that they could live together again. Kurusu took out her smartphone and left the room, leaving her uncertainty behind. Well, that was nice and wholesome. What the hell is that? Serica was sitting with her legs crossed on the cold floor, looking up at me. I put my ear up to the door and tried to see if there was anyone outside.
大丈夫。誰もいない。
じゃあもう諦めていこうよ。さすがにお尻が限界。
一石舞踏家。数年前のニュースだったと思うんだけど、トイレの鍵が壊れて2日間くらい閉じ込められた人がいて。
What the hell is happening?
救出された時に閉じ込められてどうでしたかって聞かれて、こう答えたんだ。トイレがあってよかったって。
私たちは2人だから。
That sounds more like a joke if we're... It's like a punchline. Although I'm sure it has happened. Ugh. Damn it. She was right for once. What do you mean for once? She's been on the ball this entire game. But she was right. I was reaching my mental limits too. It was past 10 now, which meant we'd spent more than 2 hours locked inside the bathroom. We were on the 5th floor of AH Tokyo General Hospital, in the women's toilet near the lobby. Why? We'd learned in the club room this morning that the creator of the sumo stickers was here. Serica and I had come to the hospital right after that. Each floor of the hospital had different sections, and each section had its own lobby, so we were able to go around to each floor and gather information by talking to the people there. Well, it was mostly Serica who did the talking. And then we'd heard there was someone in a private room in the back of the 5th floor who drew a lot of creepy pictures. I got excited. The person drawing the pictures might know something. There was a problem. Namely, the ward they were staying in. There were 2 wards on the 5th floor. The first was the gastroenterological ward, straight down the hall from the lobby. But to get to the place where we wanted to go, you had to take a right from the lobby and go to the psych ward. To meet with the patients in the psych ward, you needed permission from the patient and the hospital. If you weren't there to meet someone, you wouldn't even be allowed in. While we were sitting in the lobby trying to come up with a plan, visiting hours for the psych ward ended. Then hours for the gastroenterological ward ended too, and we had no good excuse for being there any longer. And so you went to the bathroom for... I see, then you went to the bathroom until closing. Neat. And that's how we ended, and that's how we got where we are now. Yep, that's me. If I hadn't taken Serica's advice and chosen to hide in the women's restroom, where the stalls were inevitably in use more often, someone would have gotten suspicious of us a long time ago. No, maybe they already were suspicious.
少しでも情報を得て帰りたかったのに。
When Ito saw the pair in the pictures of the club room, he proposed we start investigating them immediately. But I decided to temporarily leave that to him and visit the hospital. I didn't tell Ito where I was going or why. He knew I was putting a priority on verifying information on a homepage run by a crazy man, with no sources even given. He'd make fun of me. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. That's why I wanted to go find something. My phone suddenly started to vibrate. Good thing he put on a vibrate. Cover blown. I frowned when I saw the name. Damn, and at a time like this, too.
Taku?
You're not going to answer it? Sarika seemed to say, silently. I decided to ignore the phone call. You're gonna be in trouble.
仕方ないだろう。きっと出たら面倒なことになる。
Whatever it was, chances are it wasn't something I wanted to hear, and I couldn't exactly hold a conversation right now. Oh jeez. I'll go with another red one. 2 hours, huh? Didn't know being quiet and doing nothing was so tiring. Sarika had her arms crossed over her knees. She looked upset. Was I imagining it, or had she been really fidgety over the last 10 minutes?
変なの。まさかこの年でタクと一緒に女子トイレの個室に何時間もこもることになるなんて。
そう言わずにもうちょっと付き合ってくれ。
いいけど。でもこれ以上粘っても意味ないと思う。
Yeah, what are they waiting for? Like, what is the... Like, visiting hours are over. Are they waiting for a specific, like, something to happen? Sarika sighed a little. I looked away from her. I was starting to fidget a little, maybe because we'd been talking about going to the bathroom. Oh god. Oh, this is... Like, this is worst case scenario. Or so I said, but... To be honest, I was thinking of calling it a day too. The reason why was... really had to go to the bathroom. I was about to piss myself. Of course, I was aware that I was already sitting right next to a toilet. But I didn't think it was a good idea to use the women's bathroom, particularly in front of Sarika, so I was holding it in. I was about to hit my limit. Still, if I missed a chance like this because of a simple biological function, it would be humiliating. Ito would laugh at me for sure. I was the president of the newspaper club. I'd overruled the objections of the vice president to come here. Couldn't give up. I had a reputation to protect. So I...
なあ、おのえ。
帰る気になった？
Sarika stood up, looking relieved.
それがいいよ。また明日来ようよ。
いや、まだ帰らない。
じゃあ何？
しょんべんしたい。だから悪いけど、一瞬外に出ててくれないか。
やだよ。見つかっちゃうよ。
ほんの30秒ぐらいでいいから。
やだって。それならタクが出てってよ。
僕がしょんべんしたいのに、なんで僕が出ていかなくちゃいけないんだ。
あ、そっか。じゃあ後ろ向いててあげるからここでしちゃいなよ。
Oh my god.
うん。
How could she suggest something like that in such an innocent way?
恥ずかしいだろ。
今更じゃん。私とタクの間柄でしょ。
Just waiting for however this is gonna turn out horribly.
お前本気で言ってるのか？てかお前本気で言ってるのか？
I was so freaked out that I was repeating myself.
いいからいいからパパッとやっちゃいなって。
I mean, at this point, they're basically yelling. They're gonna get caught. Sarika grinned a little as she turned around. Evidently, she had no intention of leaving the stall. No way. There was no way this was happening. But to be honest, my crotch felt like it was going to explode. It couldn't last any longer. I didn't have a choice.
絶対こっち見るなよ。絶対だぞ。
オッケー。
Yay! I lifted the lid, lowered my zipper, and got ready. Felt a wave of pleasure and release as I let go. Ah, that's better. Boy, they really appreciate that they put the sound in there. The sound, though, was extremely embarrassing. I should have had Sarika put her hands over her ears, but it was too late now. Asking her to do so at this point would just be more embarrassing. Also pointless. At this, she's heard it. And since I'd held it in for so long, there was a lot that had to come out. It was taking long enough that it was actually starting to freak me out a little. Hurry up. Come on. Hurry up and finish. It's like after watching a movie. Like, you don't want to get up because, you don't want to miss anything, but then by the 2 hours the movie's gone, you're about to explode. Okay, this is concerning. She laughed. She just laughed. How the hell do you laugh at a guy who's going to the bathroom?
いっぱい出るね。
はい。
I want to kill myself. I'm going to kill myself. Please, someone kill me. That was it. That was it. That's I was waiting for it to take like a really dark turn. But no, that was it. That's great. Oh, that's so funny. That's the whole thing. If that happened, I don't think I would ever recover. But Sarika and I were in a situation where that could happen at any minute. Maybe it was time to go home after all. And as that stupid idea crossed my mind. Oh, that was so funny, dude.
ちょっと。ねえ、タク。とりあえず今日は諦めて出直そうよ。
Sarika stood up and rubbed her butt a little.
お前は気にならないのかよ。
え？
この病院は。
This was the hospital we'd snuck into a long time ago, looking for an urban legend called Amy. In the end, we had to give up before we could figure it out, but if there was some connection between the sumo stickers and this hospital.
そりゃ気になるよ。調べられるなら調べたい。でも、こうなっちゃったらさ、明日からちゃんと面会時間に通い詰めて入れるチャンスを待った方が良くない？
Meh.
それは。
Yeah, what is the plan here?
今だったらこの回で見つかりさえしなければ普通に外に出られるでしょ？
This place had an ER, so it was open at night, and people would be going in and out. As long as we could get to the first floor lobby safely, we'd be able to walk right out. Damn it, maybe we didn't have a choice.
わかった。とりあえず。
My phone vibrated again.
またか。
I thought it was Kurusu calling me again, but it wasn't. I checked once again that there was no one in the restroom and answered my phone. Ito?
もしもし。
おい。
ええ。
宮代。お前、今どこにいる？
どうした？
副部長が事件を追うのはやめなさいって切れてるぞ。
Seriously?
今、あなたたちは何してるんだって問い詰められた。てか、怒鳴られた。怖かった。
He sounds so dejected.
お前、まさか。
Yeah, he broke down. She broke this man. Yeah, Ito said.
全部喋った。そしたら、設置した監視カメラを外しなさい。いや、私が今すぐ外しに行くっつって電話切られた。
お前、そこは耐えろよ。
無理言うなよ。 思わず副部長に敬語だったぞ俺。
Ugh, damn it, that coward. Well, I knew how I felt.
で、とりあえずお前のことは何か別に気になったことがあったみたいで、尾上と一緒にそれを調べてるみたいですって言っておいたから。
Well, it's a good thing he didn't tell Ito where he's going.
何してるか知らねえけど、副部長に殺される前に謝っとけよ。てか、電話に出てやれ。
Too late for that. He hung up before I could say anything. It was clear that he wanted to stay out of this. With nothing else to do, I put away my phone.
のんちゃん、元気出たんだ。よかった。
Serica looked happy. She must have overheard the conversation.
いや、よかったじゃないよ。
でも、のんちゃんらしいよ。
Serica nodded to herself, satisfied. She really did look happy.
お前どっちの味方なんだ？
タクだよ。タクだって、のんちゃんが元気ないの嫌でしょ？
そりゃ、いや、いい。
タク、行くの？
言っとくけど、諦めたわけじゃないからな。
I just didn't feel like I was going to find out anything more by staying here. I'd just come back tomorrow during visiting hours. And dodge Kurisu somehow.
よし。
There was no one around. The nurse at the nurse's station was staring at her PC. If we crouched down, she couldn't see us. I motioned to Serica, and we quickly left the bathroom and started for the lobby. I need better security, apparently. We made it across and arrived in front of the elevator. I looked ahead and saw an automatic door with thick frosted glass. The psych ward lay beyond it. Next to it was a control terminal with an intercom. When visiting, you would say your name and have them unlock the door from the inside.
くそ。
During visiting hours, I'd been sitting in the lobby waiting for the automatic door to open. I tried to see if there was a way to sneak in alongside another visitor, but had run out of time before I'd gotten the chance.
タク、しょうがないよ。出直そう。
Serica must have noticed me staring at it because she motioned for me to leave.
ああ。
She was right. If we use the elevator, they might notice the sound. We'd just have to take the stairs.
Huh?
タク？
Serica stopped just before she reached the stairs.
いや、今。
I heard a beeping noise coming from the automatic door. Someone was coming out? I dragged Serica out onto the landing for the stairs. That was weird. I didn't hear any footsteps. Huh? Dude, this is a trap. This is a trap. This is the most trappy trap that ever trapped. Huh?
嘘。
I took a look around the corner and saw that the door was open.
なんで？
It was definitely open. There was no sign that anyone had come out. It's like literally the painting of the tunnel on the wall, the big brick wall. Like it's the cheese on the mousetrap. This is not good news. I could see deeper into the ward now that the frosted glass was out of the way. The hallway was dark, and it was long past lights out. Why? Why had it opened? Was it set to open automatically from the inside, and someone had walked close enough to trip the sensor? I hadn't seen anyone pass by. I nodded back at Serica as she pointed down the stairs. Someone was coming up. What should we do? There wasn't enough time for the elevator to get here. The lobby was out of the question. Should we go up the stairs? Or would we be safe if we just walked downstairs and acted like nothing was wrong? The dark hallway seemed to be beckoning to me. There were no guards or nurses around it. Dude, don't. That's such a bad idea.
タクル、あなたも他の人と違わない。ただの高校生でしょ。
Oh my god, this kid's inferiority complex is gonna get him killed. Grab Serica's hand, and possibly her killed too. And ran straight for the open door.
わかんないけどチャンスだ。行こう。
Serica was behind me, so I couldn't tell if she nodded or not. I ran faster so I wouldn't have to hear my heart pounding, and a moment later, we were inside the psych ward. As I listened to the door shut behind me, I moved up next to the wall and took a look around. It was too dark to see all the way to the end of the hallway, but there didn't seem to be anyone there. The green light of the emergency exit reflected off the floor, bathing us in dim light.
タク、手。
I realized that I was still holding Serica's hand. I quickly let go, and she turned her hand toward the wall.
これ。
She was pointing at a simple map of the ward. It showed the nurse's station, the exam rooms, and what were probably the numbers for the patients' rooms.
確か絵描きって奥の個室に入院しているんだよな。
Serica nodded, but the map didn't say if the rooms were singles or not. I looked at the doors in front of me. There were plates with what looked like 2 patient names. These rooms were doubles, which meant that any room with the same layout was also probably a double. I looked back at the map. Where were the private rooms?
あった。ここら辺だ。くそ、やっぱり奥の方だな。
I mean, hey, as long as there are any
あっち？
roaming guards, you know? Serica pointed further down the hall. With Serica behind me, I turned to the side and started to walk as quietly as I could. That weird scent unique to hospitals was stinging my nose. I was used to it, but it was still a little creepy. It was too quiet. If this was a psych ward, I expected to hear some crazy screaming or something.
いや、偏見か。いくら閉鎖病棟とはいえ、大半は高齢の認知症の人たちだろうし。
You wouldn't expect the patients to be screaming 24 hours a day, especially after lights out. But what was with the air here? No, it didn't matter. It was just another dim hallway. I wasn't going to the scene of a crime this time.
Huh?
And then I realized, come to think of it, when I got inside the Love Hotel, I'd first tried to get past the door, then almost given up. I turned around and saw the empty hallway stretching out before me, past a confused Serica. The automatic door was on the other side of the corner.
あの時も鍵が勝手に。
That's right. The door to the hotel had opened on its own, just like the automatic door here. Police had told me I'd been mistaken, but maybe it was really...
タク、どうしたの？
It's like someone's opening a path for him. I'd realized that I'd stopped moving. Crap, was that a nurse?
こっち。
Back in the bathroom.
ああ、松下さん、点滴逆血してたよ。
え、またですか？外しちゃってました？
それがね、
I could hear what sounded like two nurses in the hallway.
バレちゃった？
いや
I listened carefully. They seemed to be talking about a patient. Good, they hadn't found us. We would have to stay here until they left.
タク、そういえばさ。
ん？
昔忍び込んだ時って、どこに行ったか覚えてる？
I took my ear off the door.
そりゃ覚えて。いや、具体的にどこか覚えてないな。
I tried to think back to what I'd seen so many times in the dream. It was 8 or 9 years ago now. About that long ago, I was still in elementary school.
でも、この平等じゃなかったとは思う。
I couldn't remember how we got in exactly, but I didn't remember sneaking through an automatic door. And
あれは、精神科に見られるような治療じゃなかった。
actually, I don't think you could even call that treatment, whatever it was.
どうした？
I was about to ask before I saw her face and realized what was wrong.
大丈夫か？
うん、大丈夫だよ。
She clearly wasn't okay. Did she remember what happened before? Come to think of it, actually, she tried to act strong and failed last time too.
大したことじゃない。絵描きの情報を確かめて帰る。それだけだろ。
The nurses must have finished talking because I could hear the footsteps getting further away.
よし。
Serica slapped her cheeks with her hands to try and snap herself out of it.
行こう、タク。
あ。
When we got to the room, the dim light of the emergency exit lamp was shining down upon it.
ここ？
I nodded. This was probably the place. It was a private room in the back, and there were no nameplates on the other private rooms we passed.
開けるぞ。
There was no time to hesitate. We could run into a nurse at any moment. I looked to the left and the right, and checked that there was no one there before opening the door. It was a dark room with no lights. There was enough light to see my hands, but not my feet. Hmm?
誰もいない。
The bed against the wall was empty. The blanket was rolled up. Serica looked over to see if I saw. Was this not the place?
他の部屋を探してみるか。
I went to leave when Serica grabbed my arm.
なんだよ。
タク、あれ？
え？
Serica pointed at the back wall of the room. Her hand was shaking a little. It was too dark to see. I softly crept forward to get a better look.
ん？
Fun!
なんだ
Neat.
これ。
Is that blood? Fun. Yay! The whole wall was covered with drawings of the sumo sticker in what looked like red paint. Definitely red paint. 100%. Definitely. Certainly. Absolutely paint.
気持ち悪い。
Serica grabbed onto my arm. The warmth reminded me that I wasn't alone. That made me feel just a little better. If I'd seen this alone, I might have screamed and gone crazy.
この匂いは。
I noticed that there was an unpleasant scent coming from the red paint on the wall. The red paint that is definitely paint and 100% certainly 100% definitely paint. And nothing else. Took another step forward. And I realized... Put my hand in front of my mouth to stifle a scream. And then another hand in front of Serica's mouth to stop her from screaming too. Serica ripped my hand away from her mouth and clung to me tighter.
これ絵の具じゃない。血だ。
The strange smell, like rust, was the same thing I'd smelled at the Love Hotel during the revolving dead incident. Who had drawn these? Who would draw something like this, and in blood? I imagined someone locked in a dim room, endlessly drawing paintings in blood on a blank wall. A shiver went down my spine. Got goosebumps all over my whole body. There was something very wrong with this room. Yeah, a little bit. You don't say. I suddenly realized I was holding a smartphone in my quavering hand. Without even realizing it, I'd pushed the record button and started filming the drawings on the wall. He's got a real, like, instinct for that, doesn't he? Serica tried to drag me back. But my body wouldn't move. I knew it was dangerous to stay here, but I couldn't move. Serica was saying something behind me. But while I could hear the sounds, I couldn't understand what they meant. And then... I heard a sound from somewhere in the dark room. It was the sound of someone scratching something. I gulped. My body froze up even more.
今どこかで音が誰だよ
Someone was in here with us. Someone was in this room. In the darkness, I could hear the sounds of something hard being scratched again. But the sound bounced off the walls in the square room, and I couldn't tell where it was coming from. I desperately searched around the room, eyes cloudy with terror. What? How long had they been there? The girl was crouching on the floor alone, with her back to us. She was right next to the bloody sumos, a hand wrapped around her knees, and she was staring at her feet. She was staring at a drawing of a sumo sticker. It was too dark to tell for sure, but I thought I saw something dripping off her finger. It was blood. She cut her finger to draw that. That's a lot of blood. She was drawing those pictures. That's a lot of blood. I couldn't speak. My throat wouldn't work. I had questions to ask her. Who are you? Did you draw the stickers all over town? Why are you drawing those? But I just couldn't speak. The strange sight before me filled me with an indescribable terror. I was overcome by the idea that if I talked to her now, if she turned around, she would transform into something else and attack me. I heard my name and turned toward Serica. Her hand was clutching my arm tightly.
どうしたの？急に怖い声出して何かあったの？
何かってお前あれ
Shaking, I pointed at the girl on the floor, but she's gone. There was no one there. I was standing in the middle of a hospital room, shaking and staring at the drawings of the sumo sticker design on the wall. My hand had numbly lowered, and my smartphone was recording only my crotch.
大丈夫？
Serica looked at me, worried.
あの女の子は
女の子って何？
今そこにいただろ。
There was no one in the direction I was pointing. Just eerie pictures in an empty room.
やだ、怖いこと言わないでよ。
じゃあ今のはただの妄想。
Or maybe whoever had drawn the bloody pictures on the wall was already dead. Some trace of their spirit was bound to those paintings and trapped inside the room? No, that was way too paranormal for me. It was impossible. I couldn't get the image of the crouching girl I thought I had seen out of my mind.
お前行こう。ここは多分良くない。
I took Serica's hands and slowly started to walk backwards. It felt like if I made a sound, all of the eyes on the sumos drawn on the wall would open and stare at me. We made it back to the door and jumped out into the hallway. Yeah, that was pretty upsetting.
ちょっと来て、そっちはいいから。先生にも連絡を。何かあったかもしれません。
I could hear frantic voices down the hallway.
まずい。
The hospital staff must have heard my scream. They probably thought something had happened to a patient. They were going to find us. Huh? Did I just hear a sound from the emergency exit?
ここ開いてるよ。
This is some breadcrumb shit. I don't like it. I don't like it. Serica jumped onto the door.
早く。
ああ。
どう？そっちは？異常なしです。何があったんでしょう？
I could faintly hear the voices of the nurses running back and forth across the hallway. Evidently, they hadn't found us.
助かったね。
I could hear Serica take a sigh of relief in the darkness. I used the light from my phone to look around. We were on the landing of a staircase. This was probably the emergency stairs.
降りられそうだね。
Serica looked down, illuminating the stairs with her own phone.
なんで
お？
なんで開いてたんだ。
非常口だからでしょ？
でも閉鎖病棟だぞ。
They were keeping the automatic door locked. There was no way they wouldn't lock the emergency exit.
きっと閉め忘れだ。
Did they? Could we really get that lucky? And I was sure I heard a sound.
たく、それより今はここから出ないと。
Serica pointed down the stairs.
ああ、そうだな。
I used the light from my phone to look at the knob of the emergency door. Good. It was the type that opened from the inside. The other doors probably were too.
下へ降りて出口を探そう。
オッケー。たく、さっきの壁の絵。
Serica was probably thinking the same thing I was. Was that where the creator of the sumo stickers was kept? Or someone who had something to do with the case? But in the end, I had no answer. There was a whole wall of sumo sticker images drawn in someone's blood. That was the only information we had. Serica seemed to understand that as well, because she didn't ask any more questions.
よし、開いた。
I unlocked the door quietly opened it, then peered down the hallway beyond. Hello. Also, I'm pretty sure that's the hair of the creepy crouching girl. Didn't she have a ribbon like that? It's not good. I don't like it. I ducked without even thinking. I placed my hand on the open door to support myself and then quickly yanked my body back toward the stairs. Why?
なんであの二人がここにいる
There was no mistaking it. Those were the two that Ito had noticed in the clubroom this morning. I think I missed something. I think I might have missed a line. Or forgotten about it or something. Circa stuck her head out just a little and saw them too. She dropped down. Maybe I'm just not observant. It's also possible. I put my hand over her mouth before she could finish. You know. I know, so don't make any noise. Why were they here? Was there some connection between them and the sumo stickers after all? I could hear footsteps. Theirs. Oh, were they in the pictures? They were probably in the pictures and I just didn't notice them. It's like Where's Waldo, but you don't know who you're looking for. I couldn't move. They'd hear me. I froze and concentrated on what I was hearing. Good. They were heading further away. Oh, god damn it. Fucking son of a bitch. Oh. Oh my god. Wow! That could not have gone worse. Oh no. They were getting closer. Who were those two? What were they doing here? Maybe...
もしかして事件の犯人は
取り返しのつかないことになる可能性だってあるの。
For a moment, I felt incredibly cold, like my body had gotten smaller. The hand I was holding against the door was slippery with sweat. My heart was pounding loudly, and it hurt to breathe. No, no! Suddenly, my frozen body was yanked upward. I stumbled and tripped, and then was yanked again. Just as Serica kicked open some kind of door and dragged me through, I saw them pick up my phone. Once again, Serica saves the day.
もう大丈夫かな。少し休もう。
I collapsed right onto the ground. Wanted to catch my breath, but it wasn't working. Legs were shaking from exhaustion, and my hands were shaking from the still lingering terror.
大丈夫だよ。追ってきてはないみたいだから。
It was all I could do to muster a feeble nod. I had no idea why, but my hands shaking made me really mad. I slammed them into the asphalt. Damn it. How? What were they doing there? And now they had my smartphone with all its data.
やっぱりきっと歴史シールと関係あるんだよ。あの二人。
I also think this. Couldn't be a coincidence.
あれ、着信あったんだ。しんちゃん？もしもし、尾上です。どうしたの？
My breathing had calmed down. I needed to get my thoughts in order. The phone had a lock on it. They wouldn't be able to do anything with it immediately. It was clear that the sumo stickers were involved somehow. In particular,
まだ事件が起こっていないのに壁一面に貼られた力士シールが引っかかるな。
come to think of it, Caruso said she was going to take down the security camera. What happened with that?
タク。
Serica turned around, moving very slowly.
どうした？
What did that expression mean? Serica looked away from me for a moment, then back, as if afraid of something painful.
のんちゃんが刺された。
What? I'm sorry? What?
あ、タクル兄ちゃん。
来る。さあ。
But she's like alive, right? Yui pointed toward the exam room Yui pointed toward the exam room in the bath? I think that's supposed to say back. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's a weird layout. With a pained expression on her face, I'm not gonna focus on it. Damn it. Oh, hello. What? Again?
なんで？いや、来るぞ。
静かにしなさい。一応病院なんだから。
Okay, she's alive. That's good. Is she okay?
タクル。
何？
靴脱ぎなさい。
ごめん。
I had forgotten to take them off when I came in so quickly. I yanked them off my feet. So, I'm forgotten to take them off when I came in, so I quickly yanked them off my feet. That's the correct. Yep.
僕。
何？
What do you mean, what?
いや、その。
I could see a bandage through the gaps in her pajamas.
ああ、これ？
Kurusu lifted up her shirt just a little to show me her stomach. It was wrapped in a thick bandage.
13針。大したことない。
お前！
Really, dude? Violence in a hospital? Poor taste, my guy. Felt a dull pain in my face. I collapsed to the ground, and then he grabbed me by the shirt and lifted me back up.
ざけんなよ！お前、何してんだよ！
ちょっと、川原くん。
探偵ごっこがなんか知らねえけど、余計なことしてるからこんなことになんだろうが。死んでてもおかしくなかったんだぞ。
川原くん。
He pushed me away violently. My face stung from the punch.
おう、青少年。世のビールはこれか。
はい。他にもいろいろ入っているそうです。
すまないな。
ゲンさん、ありがとうございました。川原くん、それ、ゲンさんの家まで運ぶのを手伝ってもらえる？
いや、でも。
お願い。
わかったよ。
あの。
Kawahara glared at me for a minute, then picked up the cardboard box and left.
おうタク。
ケンさん、なんで？
まあいろいろだな。おうジョーちゃん、養生しろよ。
Nothing. No information whatsoever.
はい。ゲンさんも。相変わらずひょうひょうとしてる人ね。
どうして？いや、じゃなくて、何があったんだ？大丈夫なのか
Kurusu's hand slowly stretched down to the wound on her stomach.
助けられたの。通りかかったゲンさんに。刺したやつを取り押さえてくれた。あなたが仕掛けたカメラ、正確には伊藤くん？
それは。
まあいいね。とにかくカメラを外している時に妙なやつに声をかけられたの。聖なる結界の場所でどうしたこうした意味がわからなかったけど、それでいきなり詰め寄られて。
Stabbed her?
まったくどこで売ってるのかしらね、ああいうナイフって。
Her voice was far more cheerful than I'd expected it to be. For some reason, that made everything suddenly seem real. Kurusu had really been stabbed.
それでどうなったんだよ。
殴って逃げたに決まってるでしょ。そこにゲンさんが通りかかって取り押さえて、で110番。タクル？
傷は大丈夫なのか？
脇腹を軽く削ぐような傷だから内臓は無事。大丈夫。
おや、宮代くん。
来てたのか。久しぶりだな。
Why is he here?
お、玄ちゃんと川原少年はどうした？
帰ってもらったの。
例のお土産は？
渡しました。川原くんに頼んだから。
I see, Dad said as he scratched his head. It really had been a while since I'd seen his face. Not since I'd left the dorm.
佐久間さん、私はこれで。
ああ、そうでしたね。この度はののがすいませんでした。
いいえ、クルス君にはいつもお世話になっているので。じゃあクルス君、お大事にね。
ありがとうございます。ご迷惑おかけしました。
そうだ。宮代君もいるならちょうどいいか。
The teacher turned around and scratched his head the same way my dad did.
ちょっと言いづらいんだけど、それにまあ君たちが完全に悪いってわけでもないんだけど、おそらく新聞部は活動を自粛してもらうことになると思う。こんなことが起きちゃった以上は。
I nodded weakly. It didn't seem like there was anything else I could do.
まあね、これもいい教訓だと思って。いや、失礼かな。
That's an incredibly inappropriate face for this situation.
先生。
はい。
お疲れ様でした。
Kurusu made a motion to shoo him away.
はい。
Kurusu suddenly sighed.
疲れた。
お前、教師からも怖がられてんのか？
違います。あの先生はいつもあんな感じなの。父さん、やっぱり上で休む。
大丈夫か？明日の診察までは寝てていいぞ。
痛み少しだけど引いてきたから。自分のベッドの方が楽。
運ばれた病院で薬何もらったんだ？
ファロとロキ。少し多めに飲んだの。あげませんからね。
バカか。タグ。もし熱が出たらすぐ言えよ。
Rusu slowly got up. I could see her holding herself up with her hands to avoid putting pressure on her stomach.
クルス、ごめん、僕が。
タクル、あなた今日泊まっていきなさい。
I knew her wounds had to hurt, but she was acting completely normal. That just made me feel even more depressed. I said yes in a voice so small even I could barely hear it.
大丈夫よ。そんなにじっと見てなくても。
あ、いや。
Rusu slowly laid down on her bed. I told her I would help her get up to the 3rd floor, but she'd said it would just make it harder for her to walk. At least I could bring the blanket all the way up to her shoulders.
ありがとう。やっぱり違和感あるわね。看病される側って慣れてないの。あ、ちゃんと冷やしときなさいよ。
Ursu pointed to my cheek. She must have been talking about where Kawahara had hit me.
こんな時まで他人の心配するなよ。
It was my fault this happened.
あなたね、言っておくけど。
Kurusu tried to raise her head up, but her wound must have hurt her because she grimaced and laid back down.
あなたのせいじゃないからね。刺されたのはあくまで私の責任。
でも、僕がカメラなんて仕掛けなければ。
それは確かに褒められたことじゃないけど、でも予想できたことじゃないでしょ。
It was true, but...
ああ、カメラは返しておく。ユイがその辺に置いてくれてない？
I looked around the room and saw there was a paper bag on the desk. The camera I had Ito set up was inside. There was some damage on a corner. It must have been dropped when she was stabbed.
どんなやつだったんだよ、その犯人。
暗くてよく見えなかったけど、2、30歳くらいの男。ごめん、電気消してくれる？仰向けに寝てると眩しい。
ああ。
I turned off the lights. Kurusu sighed to calm herself down.
ゲンさんに取り押さえられて、警官が来るまでわめき散らしてた。俺のネットの継承に気づかないお前たちごときが、とか。犠牲者の聖なる使いの俺に触れるな、とかね。
Yikes. I just noticed their bears. That's no on the ears. That's adorable.
Huh?
I suddenly realized that reminded me of something. It was the same with that stuff about a barrier that Kurusu was saying downstairs. Could he be...
あのページの管理人？
詳しくは明日警察の人が来ていくつか聞くことがあるって言ってたから、その時わかるとは思うけど。
It felt like her voice was shaking a little.
クルス。
なんでもない。大丈夫。
It was too dark to see clearly, but I could tell she had a hand on her face. Had her hand on her face. It's getting late. I finally realized that she was holding back tears. I swore at myself. Of course she was, damn it. She'd been stabbed in the stomach. Of course she was scared. Neither of us said anything for a while. I couldn't bring myself to say another word. Nothing I said would be right, and it felt like it would hurt her. I couldn't see her face. I didn't know if she was crying, but even if she wasn't crying, she may as well have been.
Takuru?
I don't know how long I was silent. My eyes had finally gotten used to the dark by the time she whispered.
言うとね、ラブレターもらったんですって。今野さん、覚えてる？
I didn't. I tried to remember, but maybe she wasn't expecting an answer.
5年生の時から同じクラスの。一度、優斗が休んだ時にプリントを持ってきてくれたメガネをかけた子。それをクラスの男の子にからかわれたらしくて。それでユイが。
And then she started to go on in a quiet voice. She told me that Dad had been busy lately, that he was being as obnoxious as ever, that she'd ordered him to stop drinking and for a week today. That Yui was still afraid of men, but that she'd made friends with a boy in her class. That Yuto wasn't getting any taller. He said it didn't bother him, but it obviously did. That the air conditioner in the living room wasn't working well, and she and Yui had cut Dad's allowance to buy a new one. That the two of them were saving up their own allowances too. That the old woman who was a regular at Aoba Clinic, the one who taught Kurisu how to sew, wasn't doing so well lately. That she'd mixed up a clothes hanger with a clothespin, and one of the patients had laughed at her. I listened to her for a long time, only speaking occasionally. Her voice gradually got softer, and eventually I realized that she was talking in her sleep. I realized something.
そうか。
Kurisu was telling me everything that had happened here in the half year I'd been gone. What had happened at home. What Dad and Yui and Yuto have been up to. She'd been saying all this because she wanted me to know.
それでね。
As I waited for her to finish her sentence, I could hear her soft breathing. She'd fallen asleep. I slowly stood up, careful not to make a sound. I adjusted the blanket once over her head once more and went to leave.
事件を追うのは。
She was probably talking in her sleep. I heard the rest as I left the room, and understood what she was saying all too well. My room hadn't changed at all since I'd left half a year ago. It still had the same shelves, the same desk, and the same bed. Everything was as I remembered it.
本当にびっくりするくらい何も変わってないな。
I figured it would either have been turned into a storage room or be covered in dust.
そうか。スマホは。
I checked my pockets for my phone, only to realize that I'd dropped it at the hospital. And that those two weird people had picked it up. I couldn't do it. I tried to remember what happened at the hospital, but instead I found myself thinking about the girl in the next room. My body was tired. My brain was telling me I needed to think about everything else that had happened tonight, but I felt too exhausted. So I took out the scrapbook from its usual spot on the shelf. same articles, the same incidents from the past. I'd seen them so many times I was tired of reading about them. The newspaper article was from around 6 years ago, during the Shibuya earthquake. The title was Robbery at a Refugee Shelter. My parents' names were in the article. Saneo Miyashiro, Eriko Miyashiro. The article had said that the two of them had been killed by an unknown assailant. When I found out about this several months ago, I had left the dorm and gone to live in Miyashita Park. I'd been told about my parents' death when I'd woken up from my coma, about a year after the earthquake. But Dad and Kurusu had told me that they'd been killed in the earthquake. I closed the scrapbook and put it back on the shelf. The fact that my parents were murdered instead of simply dying in the earthquake was a shock to me. But I think it was a lot less of a shock than Dad and Kurusu expected. I'd experienced the earthquake personally. I'd seen for myself how awful the looting and robbery was. And my parents had neglected me, spent all their time at work. The 5.5 years that had passed since their murder crushed any desire I had to find the killer and take revenge. No, maybe I never would have wanted to take revenge in the first place. My curiosity just made me want to find them.
そんなことより僕は
It was a shock to me that Dad and Kurusu were keeping it secret. There were 2 rules at Aoba dorm. After dinner, everyone had to gather around the dinner table and talk, and no one was allowed to keep secrets. Just before I'd left, we'd had a huge fight. During the fight, Kurusu had told me she didn't want to make things any worse after I'd woken up from my coma. But at the time, that sounded like nothing but an excuse. Thought we weren't supposed to keep secrets, Kurusu. I'd called her by her last name. By the time I'd calmed down enough to think about how she must have felt, I'd already moved to Miyashita Park. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door.
はい。
私、入っていい？
It was Yui's voice. I told her she could come in, and the door opened slowly.
どうした？
ちょっと。
The two of them were together, like usual. Yuto looked like he was so tired he could barely stand. The only reason that she brought him was probably that if he woke up in the dark alone, he'd be scared. This was another sight that brought back a lot of memories.
久しぶり、タクルに。
ああ、ダメだろ、こんな時間に。
I didn't know how late it was exactly, but it was probably long past 3 a.m.
ちょっとくらいいいじゃん。ののね、大丈夫そうだった？
うん。今寝てるよ。
そっか、よかった。
Yui looked truly relieved.
まったく、ののねもいくら日課だからってあんな時間にお参りなんて行くから。
え？
タクル兄からも言っといてよね。
クルスがお参りだって？
え？うん、帰ってきた時にそう言ってたよ。
My heart skipped a beat. What was Kurisu doing? How much could she...
タクル兄ちゃん。
Yuto suddenly opened his eyes.
どうした？
I love this tune. Then he put his head against Yui's shoulder and stopped moving. Yui sighed and held Yuto up so he didn't fall over.
タクルに何があったか知らないけどさ、とっとと帰ってきてよね。お風呂の掃除当番溜まってるんだから。あと買い出し当番も。
I froze, unsure of what to say. Yui gave up on holding him steady and put him on her back.
部屋綺麗でしょ？のの姉がいつも掃除してるから。じゃあおやすみ。
あ。
I slid my hand across the desk. There wasn't a single speck of dust. The second I saw this, I felt a sharp pain deep in my nose, and my vision blurred. I sat down, unable to stand. I felt the familiar sensation of the chair and stared at the wall I'd seen a million times before.
くそ。なんだよ。
I'd left here. The biggest thing I felt wasn't rage at being betrayed by Dad and Kurusu. It was that I was different than everyone else. After I'd gotten so sick of the wrong-siders in elementary school that I'd just stopped going altogether, after my parents had neglected me, this was the one place in my life that had been different. Kurusu, Yui, and Yuto had all lost their parents in the earthquake, just like me. This was a family, made up of people who had all gone through the same thing. But I was different. I wasn't just a victim. I was a victim whose parents had been murdered. I was the one person who was different. I was special. I wasn't like everyone else.
Otoというか、家族でもなんでもないじゃんか。僕たちは。
Then the tears started. In my head, I apologized to Kurusu again and again as I sat there unable to get up from my chair. Well, that was a lot. I'm gonna go now. This seems like a spot. I don't know if it's a good spot, but it's a spot. That was a lot. She got stabbed. That's crazy. That was like a 0 to 10. I mean, I guess it wasn't exactly a 0. It was probably closer to like a 4. A 4 to a 10. That's still a pretty big jump. I'm gonna go now though. So, bye.